on social media where people would get pictures, like you get a picture that maybe your mother took with you as a baby when she was holding you. Then you recreate it, you with your mother, and you know at your age, and you recreate the same picture and you put them side by side and you post them. It was a huge trend. So I figured, let's do the same. Let's get people to do this, take pictures, send to us as a challenge. Let's do billboards because our parents, I'm 40 years old, for example, but my mother talks to me like I'm 10 years old. If I tell her I'm traveling to, for example, I was in Fort Portal before I came here, I'm in Fort Portal, I had a burial there. If she told you, drive carefully, can we get a driver? Like I don't know anything. So our mothers will forever look at us as children. So the idea was to show that to parents, children will always be needing protection, will always be children, no matter how old they were. So we had a picture of the lady holding a baby, maybe a 1 week old baby or 1 month old baby. Then we got the same picture and got the lady now at her age holding the baby. I was very proud of that execution. I loved it. We put up the billboards. We did a social media challenge. After 3 days, we were ordered to put the pictures down. Because people didn't understand it, people were complaining, like, what is this? What do you mean the old woman is holding the baby? What do you mean by that? I mean, why is an old woman carrying the old baby? That's weird. Things like that. So, whereas in our minds, it was very beautiful, it was very creative. The audience we were talking to did not understand it at all. It thought we were being funny. So we had to put down the billboards, rip them down, and then also change the content on social media and make it simpler and normal. So always be normal. The other, like I said, is data-driven insights. Like I mentioned, all these phones, anything that is tech-related is accumulating as much data about you as possible. So you need to be able to show that you understand the data. For example, in Imbara, you know that Imbara has this number of social media users, this number of telecom users. You know that if I target a particular demographic, let's say young women that stay in Ruharo, if I target those people, they're going to be maybe 100 women. And that makes sense because I'm going to do something, I'm going to do content that speaks to them, and I'll be able to appeal to them and convert and get them as leads. Now, there's something called the attention economy. I referred to this at the beginning. I like to write. My talent is writing, so I like to write long things. But I notice that people don't like, my audience for what I write is so small. So on my stories, I write out on my stories. When I write, I have maybe average 180 people looking at what I've written. When I post a video, 300, 400. When I write, people come and say, get on Zoom, things like that. People come and say things like, make it simpler for us. So, attention span is important. People read 1-2 paragraphs and then they'll be done with you. So even for the content you're creating, your video content, it has to be used to have the ability to grab the attention of the viewer. But at the end of the day, it shouldn't be too long that the viewer gets bored and wants to move on to the next thing. So you have to hook them immediately. So before you make your content, you need to think, if I was on the other side, would I stop scrolling to look at what I'm writing about or what I'm posting? If you feel very comfortable with it, don't do it. Because clearly nobody else is going to. If you yourself feel uncomfortable with it, don't do it. Then the other thing is, in this day and age, people engage with content that is relatable. I need to be able to relate to it. And for this wife, speaking as for example, as speaking as head of marketing at Prudential, when we're getting into a season of campaigns, marketing campaigns and campaigns of that nature, when an agency comes with a very romantic looking and sounding television ad, I'm sure you all know what television ads for insurance are typically like. Some guy, maybe wears a degree, the graduation gown, there's victory music in the background, when you're standing in a field full of animals or maize or shop food that is well stocked, that stuff that is romantic, yes, it's good, it makes for good creativity maybe when you're creative. Because we create, people, these are also concepts creatives. When you kind of work with concepts, you think this is the best concept ever. But your audience, like I said, does not relate. So the content has to be very relatable. I'll give an example again from my experience. This one set out to share on a weekly basis, every Monday, at least one short video of a potential customer, either whose product has matured, whose policy has matured and they've been given money, or who's a beneficiary of maybe the policy owner passing away, and then they got called and told, oh, Peter had a policy with us, this is the amount of money he had, we want to give it to you because you are on his document. We post one video every week, and those videos are average 3 minutes long, but I'll tell you why people watch them for 3 minutes. Because the stories are very relatable. We had a lady called Janat. Her story was simple. I bought land. I was living on a piece of land, and the owner of the land, so you know, like in Buganda, there is the landowner, the actual landlord, then there is the Chibanja owner. So you could be here, and you have your piece of land which you bought from the Chibanja owner at like 50 million. But the actual landlord with the actual title for the whole of Revi Corner here shows up and says, guys, I'm selling this land. So you either buy yourselves, you give me this much, or you all go. So this lady called Janat had her piece of land she was building. She had bought the land from somebody. And then sometime last year, the actual owner of the land, the landlord, the owner of the land, the Mutaka, comes and says, all of you, I'm selling this land, but for you guys who are constructed here, you're going to buy your Mugena Kwegula, like you said in Uganda, for 100 million shillings each. 100 million shillings, they give you a title. So around the same time, she had a policy with Prudential. Around the same time, they called her and told her, oh, by the way, your policy has matured. And so she had, I think she said in the video, she had about 20-something million shillings saved up that she was planning to give that gentleman. And then she got called and told, oh, you have 36 million shillings with Prudential, which is ready for you to collect. So she combined the two and was first able to pay about 58 million shillings. And now she's working to pay the balance of about 42 million shillings. That story was very relatable. The comments were very interesting on that video. Well, another video of a lady, a teacher in Arua. Her husband was a city education officer of Lira, not Arua. He passes away in an accident. He passed away 9 months after signing for a policy. And she even had no idea. So she gets a call from Prudential telling her, oh, your husband had a policy with us. It was, I think, a 5-year policy. And he had just signed. And we are going to give you half of what he was expecting in 5 years. And at the end of 5 years, we shall give you the 100%. Now, the comments on that, on platforms like LinkedIn and everything, were people relating to what was being talked about. People knew the lady, people knew the story. So they're relatable, people love them. And our engagement levels from the first week of Jan to now have shot up. Our engagement levels have really shot up because of those videos. Because the content in there is extremely relatable. Someone knows someone who has struggled with land. Somebody knows somebody who has lost somebody, and now they're being given this money to help them settle into life. There's a gentleman who, I think, a teacher, another teacher also, he signed up for a policy, got money, he was able to pay his sister's school fees. He even flew to India for something. He even bought a car, which he put on Uber. They tell their stories, and people relate to this. Because some of these things appeal to the ambition that we have at a personal level. The other issue, the other thing would be to ensure that you use your language. You could localize part of your language. You could use Luganda, you could use Runyankore, especially for your call to action. Because everything today is have a call to action. You can't just post. If I'm trying to get families to come and spend Sunday at Las Vegas Hotel, for example, because maybe they have bouncing castles and they have a barbecue, you need to put a call to action, because then the call to action will help you generate the leads that you're going to give your client, that your client will be asking for on a daily basis. Whenever you take your invoice and you're telling them, I want to be paid for last month, your client will bring up the issue of the business you brought. Because paying that 2 million shillings or 3 million shillings or 800,000 is very painful for him. I'll use another example. We began using celebrities a lot at Prudential a couple of years ago. We had Navio, we had Lilian Imbabazi, we had Waiki Benda, we had all these guys. But what was in their contract, and as much as we're giving them the money we're giving them, was that you need to bring us leads. So they all were forced to appoint people on their teams who would go through their comments. Because you'd make a post about Prudential, and there are like maybe 7, 8 comments saying, how do I start? Where can I find this? And their job was just tell those people, share your number, share your number, share your number. They give us those numbers, we give them to our agency, to our agents call those people and try to convert them. That's how it goes. So you need to have a call to action that's going to get you leads. Obviously, the most important platforms, your choice of platform is going to be important. Right now, TikTok is all the rage. TikTok is where everyone is. During Christmas, when I was here for Christmas, I was even surprised. And my uncles who retired were like 70, 60, 80 years, spend their entire day just scrolling through TikTok. So they are doing every day. It shows you how powerful TikTok is. So use TikTok. This is for your usual videos that are authentic, short form, and also maybe trend-based. Use Instagram, because Instagram is very big on, Instagram is where everyone goes to look beautiful and rich and bougie, for your great visuals and reels. Twitter, you need to keep it. People think for you to be on Twitter, you need to speak as much English as possible. But you don't have to. It's not purely for anybody that is English speaking. Just ensure that your content is witty, it has a hook, is relatable. That's simple. And post there. Facebook, in as much as it is banned here, there's still a high usage of it in this country. So it's also a good platform to be on. So for me, TikTok, if you can get trends and place them in the Ugandan context, that's good to go. Instagram, if you want to get a lot of reach, you know what reach is? Reach is the number of individuals or unique individuals that have seen your post. So maybe if we are 100 here, all of you are looking at me right now, so my reach is 100. If I'm content, my reach is 100. So for you to have your reach to be really, really high, use Reels. If you want to have engagement, use stories. Because your stories, people comment on stories and respond immediately, and so use your stories for your engagement. But also it's important how you present the pictures and the videos. They have to be of very good quality. Facebook, of course, still uses a lot of video, and also ensure that you do a lot of boosting. I don't know how many of you use Facebook often? How many of you, by show of hands, how many of you use Facebook often? Nobody, right? What tools do you use? What platforms do you use here for a lot of you? You do? Who else? I think if you do, and maybe you're scared to raise your hand, I think you need to address your mind or get familiar with something called Facebook Business Manager. And I'll tell you why you need to use Facebook Business Manager a lot. It's, in my opinion, apart from the Google Manager, in my opinion, the best, the most well-developed advertising platform is a Facebook Business Manager, and because of all the data it has access to. We used to run, and we still do run campaigns, for example, at Prudential, where we create what you call custom audiences. So you know that we have, let's say, last month we had 100 or 200 people whose policies matured. So we get their phone numbers or emails and feed them to the Facebook Business Manager. And the ask is simple. we want to find people that look like these people. So like I mentioned, Facebook, because Facebook literally tracks everything you do, basically all these platforms literally track everything you do, even when you're off that platform. They're able to know that you fed us with these numbers, and these people, average age is 40, they probably like sport, they like to travel. So we found another 20,000 people that are similar to these people that you shared with us. So you're able to build customer audiences, and then you're able to run ads speaking to those people. Of course, it will show you the names that this is Deus, this is Peter, Sunday, Paul, no? But it will give you a cluster, and then you'll be able to feed your content to those people and create adverts that speak strictly to those people. We do that a lot, especially when we generate leads during the week, the leads that are converted at the end of the month. If there are 200 leads out of 1,000 leads generated, we refeed them back to the system. The system shows us an audience similar to the one that converted, and we target that audience. So, as I draw to the end of my presentation, you need to be smart with your targeting. When you go into the deeper digital skills, be smart with your targeting, be relevant, and also collaborate with influencers or micro-influencers. So simple. Know your audience, first and foremost. Get the message right. And also measure. You need to measure. And there's so many measuring tools right now. You need to be able to show your metrics to be able to measure. Don't just keep it at, oh, I had 100 likes and 200 shares. Finally, there are tools. There's a tool called, I don't know how to pronounce that word, even though I think I speak out of English. Urchin, U-R-C-H-I-N, Urchin tracking module. It's a simple code, especially for you digital marketers. You add it to every link of everything that you're promoting, and you're able to track how many people viewed your post, where they came from, how long they took on the page. All this, it's those simple tech-related things that help you to make your digital marketing better. So at the end of the day, just learn to combine your enthusiasm for social media with the technology that it provides. I think that's almost about it for me. Yeah, that's it for me. I believe if there are no questions, we can then go for breakfast. He is the man delaying your breakfast with his question, so please go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. My issue is on if you're given the data. Let's say you have the data or the lead. We have some organizations some individuals that have a lot of English with their data protection. So I don't know how you guys navigate through that.
So these non-disclosure agreements that are signed, for example, if you're able to convince your client to have that in place, because I mean, ideally, a client should do that. And also because you need to remember that the people you're speaking to about digital marketing are not digital marketing experts. When they think digital marketing is about posting on Facebook, they don't know that it's a science, that there is analytics, there is data that has to be used. They don't understand that. You need to be able to show them that. And then they should be able to get you in your agreement with them to sign a non-disclosure agreement that ensures that they trust in your use of the data, but also in the event that you misuse the data that you'll be given, that there'll be penalties to you or consequences for you for misusing that data. So it's at least when I was still doing it as a business, we used to do out of NDAs with our clients. And even now, from where I stand, we are doing an NDA with one of the telecoms to do a joint campaign that will be very targeted And of course, the telecom will give us the data, and we shall use that. So that's how it should work, really. You should be able to show cause, because otherwise people just think I'm paying you to post on Facebook or to post on Twitter or X or whatever. People think I'm paying you to do videos of you dancing for TikTok. That's all they think it is. Yet there's more to it. Yes. Any other questions? All right, I think we can have breakfast now.
Thank you so much, Peter. Another round of applause for Peter. I think he has been very elaborate, very elaborate and brief. I take this moment to welcome Richard Baguma. He's a media expert and Secretary General of Uganda Health Communications Alliance. He will be part of our facilitators. He will be leading us into another session, but we had agreed that we take break tea first, then we come back later. Luckily, we had prayed for it, so I think we are good to go, and we will start with the front table and these two rows. I thank you so much. Meanwhile, our DJ can give us some small, soft interlude.
Thank you very much for bringing me here, guys. Because this hall has excellent memories for me. This is where I used to do my dancing after running away, escaping from school. This was called Sabena Club, night club. This is where we would do our dancing. It was the only night club in this town. And I have fond memories for it. It was also a very popular space for weddings. So at that time, the Bush guys had just come. I had a small stint in the Bush. I ran away from school, but that's another story. And so we would have high-profile weddings here. So when I was invited, I went back to my album. You know, the album at that time was where you take the camera and you develop them. They would go to Nairobi to develop color photos. I'm telling you all this because my topic has the word longevity in it. And probably I am the most long-living person in this room. So if you want longevity, you need to copy me. Yeah, and the other memory, don't quote me on this one, is near here, across the wall. There was a lady, I don't know her name, but we used to call her Small. And she used to sell a drink called Waraj. So because we couldn't afford beer, which was sold in here, we would first go to Small and come when we were a little high. But now I am an alcohol control advocate, so don't drink alcohol if you can. This is what I'm going to talk about. Now, I am digital skills are not necessarily what I have in terms of machines. But I have a master's in communication and with specific focus on digital policy. So that's where I have my area. I don't know things about the machines. So when they asked me to talk about scaling for longevity, my example was not necessarily the digital space. It is an organization which me and a few colleagues created in 1997. I had my bachelor's by that time. And after we left university, we created something called the United Nations Association of Uganda. It still lives up to today. And I'm told that there are some people in this room who associate with it in Mbarara University. Anybody? Yeah. So I'm glad that it's present in here. And so from 1997, we have been existing, and we are still in existence. I think that's a bit long. And I have so experiences I can share. Now, the first time I had an email was about 1996. And I was working as a radio and television journalist. But at that time, we used typewriters to type things in the media house. I don't know if people know typewriter in this room. And having an email was such an alien thing that when I got the email, I was accused of being a poser and a bragado person, because it was not understood why you should have an email. But that email, that's why I get happy when I get young people who are trying to get themselves into the e-space, into the digital space. That email enabled me to start traveling globally from 1997. I had my first trip and I went to train in Israel in 1997. The next year, I went to New York. So being in the digital space, guys, can be very beneficial. You, however, need to do a couple of things to make it beneficial. So, I am supposed to move this one. This is the outline of my presentation. I hope you can read quickly, and probably it doesn't matter so much. Do you guys have the courage to speak? Who has the courage to speak? Because I saw this gentleman who was here asking you, and it was a bit difficult. Who has the courage to speak in this room? Thank you very much. Come. First of all, I like people who have courage, so I'm giving you money. It pays to have courage. Because a lot of people don't have, they are shy. So just say, what is one or two of your expectations from this one? If you can say them.
From your presentation, you've said longevity. That is how long we are going to be able to manage our businesses, or how long we are going to manage whatever we are working with, either our marketing or anything that we are doing. So that's my expectation from you.
Okay, don't be mean. Clap for her. Hey, why are you mean? So, if you are going to have longevity, you must have the courage. You must have the audacity to take the first step like she did. You must have that one. To have longevity in any business, you must be able to have the courage, the audacity to take that first step. And it has been demonstrated here, in my view. At least you can all earn money, but she will go a 10K richer. Yes. So if I was giving out dollars, like many of your partners will give, she will be a 10K dollars richer than you. So that one, I didn't put it even in my slide. I usually use it like this. And I tell everyone, because I speak to young people routinely, because in the United Nations Association, we are present in 25 universities in this country. So please take that courage. Now we can go to the Rugambo I have for you here. Hey, it is here. Hi, you guys, can you read this? It is difficult to read, eh? Wanji? Now I can't hear. You have chorus. I am a producer in studio. Can you read this? No. You can read. You have very good eyes. Eh? I wish I could have your eyes. Yeah, but I gave these presentations, I am sure you will get them. So I just chose what caught my attention when it comes to longevity. And for me, growing your business or organization. It's important to think about what you are doing. Let me tell you, in the digital space, because I do business through the Fortune 500 Club, because I chair the Fortune Financial Services company. But I also do social enterprises through the Health Communication Alliance that you talked about and the United Nations Association. So it's critical that you know that it's your business or your organization, because many times we have confusion between profit and benefit. So longevity is growing in a way that ensures survival and success over a long time. So you have to define long time. My long time when we started the United Nations Association was 50 years. That is why I associate as a Musevenist. When they came, they said they are here for 50 years. Or I should say when we came. And people didn't listen. It's now going to 40 years, whether you like it or not. And this is where. So I discuss, although I'm a Musevenist, I discussed with Bobi Wine. I knew Bobi Wine before he went to stand as an MP. And I usually ask him, how many years is your long term? So over the long term, growth, expansion, but over the long term. And I put one, just the Hoffman, I mainly work in 2 digital spaces, 2. LinkedIn and Facebook. So you can't find me on TikTok. What is the other one? Snapchat. What is the other one? I am not there. Where is the other one? Those ones, I'm not there. But I am the one who is invited to speak to you. And I won't tell you how much they are paying me, but they are paying me. So, the person who was before me says, choose your target audience and therefore the platforms you have to be on. It is not necessarily true that you'll have long-term survival and long-term impact because you are everywhere. It is not true. No. So, we have to think about, so it can, and this is what Hoffman said. Scaling is not just about growing bigger. It's not just about growing bigger. Growing bigger is one aspect of that. It's also about growing better. And the person who was before me talked about metrics. Metrics. You must measure whether you are growing better. Let me tell you, I do fight growing bigger in body. I fight, it's my everyday fight. Because I do not think that being bigger, at this age I should be having a little bit of something in front of me here. Typically, eating well, that's what we call it. But I don't think that is growing better. No. So it's the same with organizations. It's about building a business or an organization for that matter that can thrive for the long haul. So please define your long haul. I didn't ask about the time, but Kabusu, you know me, I talk too much. You know my time, stop me 5 minutes if you see. Now, risk reduction, risk mitigation is the first thing I want to talk about. Risk reduction, risk mitigation. We started a club, an investment club, the Fortune 500 Club. And one of the things we were worried about was that we were worried about growing too big and becoming a challenge to political power. You haven't understood, eh? Beware that when you grow too big, you can become a threat to political power. And the political power fights back very ruthlessly. Ask Jack Ma. Yeah, just read about Jack Ma. He grew too big and he had trouble with the Chinese government. So, you have to think about risk reduction. What are those risks that you could face? Is it flooding? I don't know. For me, sometimes, actually, when it floods now, because I am into drowning prevention, I get a grant. We have a grant now, a new grant of only small $75,000 to do work on drowning prevention. So when it floods, for me, it's an opportunity. Sounds silly? I don't know. So you have to. But risk reduction. Scaling, it will certainly boost your revenue. But think about income streams. Think about income streams. In the Uganda Health Communication Alliance, one of the things we talked about, which I started maybe 12, 13 years ago, we started going to communicate health. When we reached, we found that there was an income stream in communicating science. So we communicated health, but we expanded to science. Especially, let me tell you guys, where the biggest gap is. There are no journalists who can speak knowledgeably and authoritatively about IT things. There are no publications. They are generally non-existent. You only read things from outside. So can one of you either get some training in journalism, or who has a background in journalism, focus on IT journalism? I don't know why, but somebody came to ask me, a mentee of mine, and I said the area to go to is IT journalism. She's now doing something for herself. Growing will increase your market reach and audience engagement. I want to go to audience engagement. I was talking to, has anybody of you ever heard the name of Mr. Charles Mbide? Anyone heard of Charles Mbide? Okay, you guys need to look for these guys and meet them. Eh? Yeah, I think he's the largest Ugandan investor in MTN. Very relatively silent and quiet man, but very rich. And so I was asking him about audience engagement. And he told me your audience are your clients. They are also the people who give you money. In my case, we get money from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Bloomberg Foundation. So he said, those are your audience. And you need to ask yourself, before you count the new additions to your audience, how loyal is your existing audience? So guys who are doing marketing, who are doing this digital marketing, who comes back to you? Who is consistent when you are doing your marketing? That one is an important one. And you need to keep them engaged. It means you have hooked them. So audience engagement. Many times we want to get new. We are running additional likes, additional I don't know what. How are you keeping these ones? You can transform them into an income stream. Let me tell you the digital people we pay for our projects. Is when you come with your numbers, the current numbers, we ask you for your analytics. The good thing with these platforms, they generate analytics. And so for us, we look at you with new. You don't maintain the old ones. We are not sure that we should invest in you. So you have to think about engagement. Optimization of resources. Okay, so when when I talk to digital people about optimization, they usually quickly run to the search engine optimization. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about how do you efficiently do your resources. For example, we do regular studies, like now we are into road safety. But we start with doing studies. It was very expensive to have internal resources, to have our own resources for people with capacity in doing research. So we just outsource. We are now developing a fintech. I told you I chair a financial services company called Fortune Financial Services. We have been given, we collect money monthly from a few thousand people. And the transfer platform for us has been Flutterwave. And we looked at the money we are donating to Flutterwave. We said, no, now we are developing our own. But we don't have internal resources. But to optimize, we got a few of you You guys have capacity, by the way. We got a few of you. One of you is from here, another one from Ethiopia, another one from Mexico, and the fourth one, I think, is from UK. And you are developing for us a platform. We are paying about a quarter of what we would have paid these guys who have been in the field a little longer. So these ones just come for quality control. But we are optimizing your capacity, but also your need to have a name. You are so driven to have a name that you give us your services at a much lower cost. So optimize. Who do you work with to keep your costs relatively low, but get a good product? Let me just give the example of coming here. When I was coming here, I had a huge debate in my head on which car to use. Because I like driving the small car. That is the one, the old one. It's a 14. I've been with it for 14 years now. I really love that one. Yeah, it's the one I use in town, you know. Yeah, honestly, I'm being honest, it has so beautiful memories for me. It's the one I like to do. So you are being like my sons. When I'm dropping my sons at school, they don't like to go with me. But I was thinking between the big one and my wife's car, which is medium scale. And then I said, how much money are they paying me vis-a-vis the fuel of the other big one? I said, let me borrow my wife's, borrow quarter and quart, and say, Madam, give me yours. It is middle range. And I will go with that one. So that the fuel allowance they have given me can fit in there. That is resource optimization. That is what I am talking about. Otherwise, I could have jumped on Global Bus. Perhaps that would have been the most optimized. But it means I would not have gone to check on the farm because I can't ask Global to take me to the farm. So it's optimization. That's very important. The final thing I want to say here is ethics. 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 I think I get invited to take these gigs. I think I get given money by the donors. I think because we stick to what we promise them. I think is that when we promise that we are going to get a policy or a law on tobacco control, I was the chief advocate for the law on tobacco control. I'm against your taking shisha. I think it's the most silly things you can do to take shisha. I am not talking about anyone in this room, please forget. But I think it's the most silly thing to do to take shisha. That's my honest belief, and I can justify that. But I was the architect of the tobacco control law with 2 other people in this country. It took us a couple of years to have it passed, but we told the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that we shall do it in Uganda, and we did. And now we have money for road safety. We have promised them the things we are going to do in road safety. Please, if you forget anything else from my talk, remember to be ethical. Just give what you promise. It doesn't matter whether it's a deal, whether it's whatever. Don't be tempted to kukuba enjawulo. You can kuba enjawulo this once, but those people will talk to each other. And you'll not get enjawulo again. And that's not longevity. That is not for the long haul. So here we go. Be authentic, be consistent. Let me tell you, how many of us here are students? Nice. Let me tell you what I hear from the 25 clubs that we work with in tertiary institutions. Oh, we have also in high schools. The 25 are in tertiary institutions. The commonest word I hear from you guys is BUSY. Every time we want you to get involved in something, BUSY. Does anybody copy? But you know, I have been a student more than once. Because I got my bachelor's in 94, and I have had additional things after that. So I've been a student in more than one university, more than once. I tried not to use the word B-U-S-Y when it comes to hustling. So think about consistency. Diversification. Diversification, I told you, I usually use mainly LinkedIn and Facebook. Facebook for historical reasons, but I'm doing a paper right now. Right now I'm finishing up a paper that is focusing on university girls and their use of social media, especially to do with tobacco. Again, your shisha. Yeah, and I found Facebook has very good numbers. So guys, let's think about that. Glory. So, monetization is what we are talking about. To turn your idea, your initiative into money. Because ultimately you can't live long if you are not turning it into money. But I want to talk about this. I don't know what you have been told. I have two groups I am mentoring now. They both won in some hackathons. I've been part of sometimes the ecosystem of hackathons. And I think they have a good, very good initiative, which has demonstrated that it can earn some money because they have already 2 clients. This is the problem I have with them. I have told them, because in our investment club, we have people who are ready to invest in risky startup ventures. I was telling them, let's register a limited company with shares so that you guys can get the initial money you need to ISO certification. The guy looked at me and said, Bagumano ndakwibe chintu chitu. Who can translate that one? I don't know for you who don't know Runyankore. So Bagumano ndakwibe chintu chitu. Selling shares for her in this initiative is we want to steal her thing. But how do you expand? How do you monetize without considering some of these options? So I have been told by many of you creatives that figures disturb you. That you are so focused on you are developing your wonderful thing and you are happy when it is working. And you put on your hoodie, I'm not talking about you, but I am telling you the image of the creatives I have. They put on their hoodies and they swagger. But if you ask them to touch in their pockets, you are in real trouble. So guys, ultimately, you have to reduce your fear of stealing your initiative and deal with the people who have money. Seek legal advice. We have been fighting with government over this. I'm told they are working on it. But go and get the people who have money. Don't be a broke innovator or marketer. I have been broke previously, and people, for me, brokenness is not a very good thing. I don't know about you. So it's important and critical and crucial to think about monetization every time you have. Networking and collaborations, the previous speaker, I heard him talk about them. Quality. Quality, guys. Quality. My wife is a diplomat. And in the Ugandan civil service, it was disagreeable to have dreadlocks. Even more disagreeable for a female. I think even that image is still there. If they find a civil servant with dreadlocks as a female, they think she's less moral or something. I am sure some of you, when you go with your dreadlocks home, your mother looks at you and is a bit worried that the son is going to get, or the daughter is going to get spoiled. So, but she was always resisting that. Then, the minister's computer, whatever, had a breakdown. And this minister, and now he's retired, but he used to be very powerful. And then they said we needed an expert. They brought a young man with jeans, baggies, and dreadlocks. He said, no, this one will not touch my computer. This one. He said, you see, Honorable, this is the one. Eventually he said, okay. The guy, you know the magic you do, some of you. You touch here and the thing starts working. I don't know how you do it. So the guy touched the machine and it came back. So the minister in the next staff meeting was telling them, said they brought a guy with the hair which is squeezed. And the guy worked on my computer. My wife went back to her squeezed hair. She sometimes puts on now, wears dreadlocks. And every time they would challenge, he said, but the one who repaired the minister's computer was the one who had squeezed hair. So squeezed hair people are clever. But what you need to do is you have to really work on building trust. And one of the best things to build trust is the quality of work you do. Let me tell you how I see people. I usually ask people, how long have you been with your mechanic? When somebody has been long with their mechanic, I also want to take their mica. It means they trust them. So how many, it goes back to the loyal clients I talked about, if you are monetizing, how many people do come back to you? But for you students come to us a lot for internships. I usually ask them to go back to their faculty dean to write them a good letter. Several people, the faculty dean doesn't know you, cannot trust to write a letter for you. So they write a general letter. I now have experience to know that the dean is not committing himself or herself. He's writing a letter kwejako. So I also don't want to deal with you. Because if your dean who is with you is being careful writing about you, it means you don't have the trust of your supervisors and no trust of your clients. How do you monetize? I want to finish. Now, the ones who speak, I'm not going to give you money. It was for the first one who had, but I want to ask you to speak. Don't raise your hand enthusiastically think there is money to throw. The money was for the first one. But I want to ask you, do you have the courage to come and tell us what your initiative is? And looking ahead, what do you want to do with it? Who has the courage to do that? Come. Of course, I was joking. This man, I'm going to give him money, but that's all.
Yes. Thank you very much. My name is Cyrus Bugaba Clinton Clive Cranmach Sule Chivirige. My name is Cyrus Bugaba Clinton Clive Cranmach Sule Chivirige. And I'm an actor by profession and by service. So, based on your question is, I'm contributing to social change through my craft, which is acting, basically. So how best can I speak to a person down in Rushozi? How am I going to best speak to someone in Koboko, and then Kampala, and even just out of Kampala or Uganda? And that is through acting. So my initiative is to act as a way of passing on information or sensitization. And my long-term plan is to use visuals, which is film, which is theater, which is social media, because I believe when you come and speak longevity and all these things, ethics, it's practical. It's more practical now when such information is put into something we can see. I mean, that's why we have live streamings and whatnot, because someone can always go back and ponder and see, because we need these reminders also. As any other person, we're only human, yeah, so we tend to forget. So my initiative is to use visuals, which is film, video, and whatnot. And my long-term plan is to just have it on the socials. I don't know how best, maybe through what I'm doing right now. So if probably I produce a film and I place it somewhere on maybe IMDb or Netflix or something like that, or even on our social media, YouTube. Yeah, so someone can always go back there and reflect and also get inspired and also learn from that. Thank you very much.
year I was told that the digital people are used to pressing a button for clapping. It's for them, they just do like, and then the other thing flies. Thank you so much. For me, if I were you, I would be looking at these as my key audience. This one is here. Imagine the multiplier effect they have. If they so just smile nicely to them. But you're acting. You're an actor. You can act a good smile. Yeah. Just nicely to them. Pick those ones strategically. Who will multiply your work? Anybody else who does something else and wants to share? What do you see long term? Anybody here who has the courage to come? Hey, guys, I love this very much. You see, you are giving me opportunity to finish quickly and earn my money. I shared a few things. This is just a sample. You can take it, you can use. So, please define a niche. Please, please. Don't be everywhere. Just don't be everywhere. You can't be. Let me tell you what happens. I receive a lot of people asking for something to do. Many times I sit on panels, interview panels, and you ask somebody and they say, as long as you can get me something to do. Somebody comes and is looking for an opportunity in your company, in your organization. You say, okay, so what? And they say, if you can give me something to do, kindly, you just put yourself in my shoes. How do I deal with you? So what is that area that if you come looking for business, if you come looking for investment, if you come looking for mentorship, if you come looking for work, that you can say, this is my area. Really. So niche your business. The first thing I told you to remember is ethics. If you forget everything else I have said. And the second thing is niching. Please do niche. Please define and know your niche. That is how you monetize. Look for deals. People look for deals. Go look for deals. Actively look for deals. Deals don't find you. Every time I was in New York one time, and a person who was a donor of our umbrella organization. We have an umbrella organization, 100 of us, from 100 countries. So I was one of the people selected to go and meet him. He was a 92-year-old billionaire. And so he asked me, what do you do? I said, I do two things. I'm a professional beggar, and you are the donor, so I have come to you. I've flown all the way from Africa in Uganda to come and beg. So I made an investment of a ticket, a visa, everything. So I'm a professional beggar. And then he looked at me and was keeping quiet. And I said, I'm an information merchant. And that's what I think I do. I do pick information. So what information have I picked recently is that we lose about 14 people every day in Uganda in road crashes. About 14 every day on average. 2 of them are school children. So I said, if a community of people are dying every day in Uganda, this is an opportunity for me. I'm sorry, yes, it happens. So what do you want me to do? It's an opportunity. So I went and said, let me look for information. So who supports road safety globally? One of the biggest supporters is Bloomberg, the Bloomberg Philanthropies. Oh, can't I put my begging skills to them and we get some money? So yeah, now we have some little money in our organization. Me, what I wanted out of that money was one thing, 3 tickets to travel for this year. Because me, I love traveling. So in my begging, I included salaries for my staff. What? I included 3 tickets. They gave the money. So I have 3 tickets. One for East Africa, I chose that I will go to Rwanda. One for Africa, I go to Marrakesh. And one for global, I am going to Louisiana. That is me, what my begging I wanted from. But I decided that now the niche is going to be road safety. Because we are reckless on the roads, so that creates an opportunity for me. Probably, I'm now asking for money for a communication strategy because we have a national, the government of Uganda has a national road safety action plan. So I'm now begging for money to do a national communication strategy for road safety. Probably I will ask one of you to be and become my workers. Yes, when I'm paying you temporarily, you are my worker, aren't you? And the results you produce, I will go and present them and shine. Yeah, this is what happens in the world. So, niching, look for information relevant to your niche, and look for opportunities there. Be open to opportunities. Use analytics. State your case. Use your analytics to state your case. How did I state my case? I went online, looked for journalists, and called them and begged them to fill my survey form. I had a short 5 questions. I said, please help me beg. About 197 of them from different parts of the country responded. I got that and said, I have done a survey on journalists. Now, how much did I put? A few codes really and a survey form, and sent it digitally. And they responded. But I was the one with the first ever survey of journalists in Uganda on road safety. So call me to Marrakesh, ministerial conference, it is me to present. There is no one who has done it in Africa. So, guys, niche, look at the opportunities you have, and you have them. And they exist, you don't. And use analytics. I was looking for analytics. So I started saying, I analyze. 90% of the journalists in Uganda say they have never been trained in road safety. So what am I doing? Asking for money for a communication strategy, including training journalists. So when you meet me as a journalist trainer, I'm telling you these experiences so that you can go and ponder on them. Because you have the skills and the tools already. You need to turn them into money, guys. So get your analytics. What are you talking about? What is it you can deliver to me in my road safety campaign? What can you propose to me? By the way, the idea you propose is the one I will present, but me, I add my own cut. And each one of us goes. I have asked that we do a national road safety conference in May. And the Ministry of Works, I went and convinced them, the Commissioner for Works, please think about your niche and your audience. I went to the Commissioner for Transport. I said, I can help you do a national road safety conference, highest level. He said, really? He said, yes, we can do that. He gave me a concept. I went back, told one of my assistants, and when I read it, it was ChatGPT. I put it back to him. I said, Siri, go and write original. We gave the concept. The Ministry of Works has put in 100 million shillings, because that's what Munyonyo was asking for, 97 million for a 2-day conference. Now the private sector foundation has accepted to put in money, and the National Association of Insurers. Niching, looking for information which you already have, guys, because you have the skills and the tools, but monetizing that. So you think when I take 100 million shillings to Munyonyo, they will not say thank you. Really ethically. So you have the tools. Finally, I want to tell you my little story with travel. And you see, I don't like saying these things, especially to adults. I tell them to young people because the adults think I am bragging. But I'm sharing experiences because I think you can do it. I told you my story of the email, and the email was not in my names. I couldn't at that time have an email in my names. So I went to an internet cafe called Elite, Secretarial Bureau something. I asked to adopt their email address to be using for me. So they would open for me, and I would go online. I would look for one thing. I would pay for 30 minutes or 1 hour. And I would look for one thing. Training opportunities for young broadcasters in English-speaking Africa. That was always my search. One. I did in 96. In 97, I went to Israel on the money of the UN and the Israeli government. In 98, UNICEF asked me to go to New York, and I have gone to New York every year except during COVID. But I was using, so what do you search for when you go to search? My university people were coming to me saying there are no internships in Uganda. I said, we're in KIU. I said, project, and type now, internship opportunities for university students in Uganda. Just type. The whole list came. You have the skills, you have the tools. Guys, use your analytics, be ethical, define your niche, and be consistent. I want to consistently stop here, and thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Richard Baguma. Thank you so much. You call yourself a professional beggar, but and when you were talking about growing in size, growing better, at one point I thought maybe you are attacking me, because for you said your size does not matter. I said, this man, what is the problem? Thank you so much. I think we are picking these things. I think all of us are relating. We have some people that have joined us. Others have actually been with us, but they are partners, they are sponsors. We have Videa. Francis is here representing Videa. You can stand up and maybe wave. Where is your other colleague? Oh, okay. There is Monique from Cruise FM. She's there. And in the next few minutes, we will welcome Enebiona Jeremiah. And Enebiona Jeremiah is going to take us briefly through campaign execution. Campaign execution. Jeremiah Enebiona is the head of Digital House of DJs, and in the next 30 minutes, he will take us through campaign execution. And after that, we'll have one more presentation, and then we break up for lunch. Please, a round of applause as we will welcome Ndugu Jeremiah. 1 minute? Okay, I think he's picking some stuff. But where is my co-MC? Please come here. I am going to ask some people random questions here. But some of you, they ask a different question, you said your own and answer it properly. I don't know whether it is a tactic or something. The question is different. For you set your own, and then you answer your own very properly. But the question is something different. Lynette.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Mr. Baguma, we are very grateful for the resourceful input that you've given to us. And just a quick sample, I want someone to mention any one thing they've got from what he gave us today. And I'm going to choose randomly.
Thank you very much. And one good thing I've learned is scaling up and being strategic, especially finding your niche. I've seen that many times people want to jump around different things. Yeah, they should focus on one thing and be consistent with it, because without consistency, no results come. And the last thing is look for opportunities. They won't look for you. They won't find you sit on your bed or sit on your chair. You get out there and you find them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think for those who didn't pay attention, at least in Mr. Waguma's input, you've picked that. And then he said, if you forget anything, remember to be ethical in whatever you do. Our next presenters, we shall have the people from the creative industry, and that will be, give me a second. Before we go into that, because it might be a bit boring, or not, but I want us to do something interesting. I'm going to mention a few slogans for the common companies that we have around. And as people who are here for market training, we should be able to identify the companies or the companies that use these slogans. For example, if I mention a slogan and I choose you, you're supposed to give me the name of the company, right? So for example, a slogan like everywhere you go, we know what that's for. Yeah, that's MTN. And a slogan like a better life. Which company in Uganda uses a better life? I don't really know.
Prudential.
Does Prudential use a better life? Does Prudential use a better life as its slogan? We had a facilitator from Prudential. He's not around right now, but when he comes, he'll be here to verify if you've lied to us or if you've told us the truth. Which company uses the slogan inspiring Uganda? Guys, come on.
UBC.
Yeah, UBC uses inspiring Uganda. Which company in Uganda uses the slogan, test the feeling?
Coca-Cola.
Let's clap for her. There's many other companies. I could go on and on and on. Which company uses the slogan, our bank? Our bank.
Stanbic.
Is it Stanbic Bank? It is Centenary Bank, but thanks for trying. What does Stanbic Bank use on that note? What does Stanbic Bank use? Improving what? Anyway, so we've seen that most prominent businesses, okay, if anything, any business, every business has a slogan. And which business in Uganda has a slogan that says, a cinema experience like no other? Yeah, Country Cinema. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to introduce to you a representative from Country Cinema, Nana Nazifa. She should stand up for recognition. So as we wait for our next speaker, I think we've learned about the art of slogans. I'm going to request anyone to come up with a slogan in 5 seconds of any product that I point out, right? So, for example, there's a business that's trading in projectors. I would like for someone to come up with a slogan that sells their projectors within 5 seconds. A very quick marketing strategy. How would you summarize everything that you want to give to your audience in a sentence? Yeah, it's a trial.
Into your future.
She said, into your future. Do we think it's a very good slogan? Yeah, it's a good trial.
Film your memories through a lens.
He said, film your memories through a lens. You guys should make reactions to give feedback to the people who have given the answers.
Project your vision.
Project your vision. What do we think about it? Anyways, all these are very good trials and they'll help us. Like, everyone should be able to come up with, if you're given a situation, you should always have on your fingertips a way to market what you have, a way to monetize your skills, a way to monetize something that you can bring to the table so that you can survive and so that you can enforce longevity. Okay, so our next presenter is ready, and ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Elijah, Jeremiah rather.
Hello guys, the devil is fighting knowledge, but he won't win. So how do I? All right. Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Nebiona. I'm the head of digital marketing at House of DJs. House of DJs is an events and marketing company in Kampala. We've been around for about 11 years, and we've been a part of so many events and so many marketing campaigns. It's very nice that you started with a slogans bit, so I have a very fun fact for you. How many of us know Nike? Sure, all of us have Nike shoes at a point. Yeah, so did you guys know that the Just Do It campaign was inspired by a convicted murderer? Like just before he was executed, he said, let's do it. So the Nike executives then came up with the Just Do It campaign. And very many years later, it has generated billions for Coca-Cola. Sorry, for Nike. So what I'm trying to say is that that's what success of a campaign looks like. That's how successful campaigns can get if they are done right. So I have a very quick question. Clearly, a lot of us haven't been open to questions, but I really want someone to answer this question for me. What do you think a campaign is? In layman's language, there's no wrong answers. Just feel free. You look like you have something to say. Feel free. No one will beat you. I don't have any canes.
I think a campaign can be something, okay, let me say, these election things.
Thank you very much. Like I said, there are no wrong answers. Everyone's answer is correct. So do you mind telling us what a campaign is? No one is wrong. Okay, there's someone here.
Yeah, I think a campaign is a platform where information is passed to the general public.
Thank you very much. A campaign is a structured group of events that are put together to achieve a desired goal, often within a specified time period. For example, Nyenamujilebe Nkembaga. Embaga, the success is at the end. The event is done. But the steps that lead to that success are you have to propose, you have to get the rings, you have to do all those things. If you miss one step, the success will not come, i.e. the wedding will not happen. If you reach the church and there are no rings, you can't do it without the rings. So yeah, a campaign has so many, I'll repeat, the structured group of activities that are designed to achieve a specific goal, often within a specified time period. Some campaigns last 1 month, some campaigns last 2 months, some campaigns last years. like the Nike campaign. Like I said, it has been running for so many years, since the 1970s. So today's topics, I was called here to cover a few topics. First is timeline and project management, launch and promotion of the campaign, monitoring and real-time adjustments, and then account management, and then finally, to take you through all the best practices. Before I go into that, I would like to tell you guys that I'm very happy to be here. One, because I'm an OB of Mutare School, so I'm always happy to be in Mbarara. Two, because I've gotten a chance to share my knowledge with you guys, because if I hadn't gotten people to share their knowledge with me, I wouldn't be here. So it's an honor for me to share some of the things that I know with you. So first things first, before we move on to the technical part of things, you always have to have a goal. Like I said, Ninkembaga, the goal is for you to go for the function, get married, eat food, and everyone goes home happy. So even for campaigns, you must have a goal. If you're running a campaign for events, who can guess what your goal would be? If you had an events campaign. Just a one-word answer. No one? What? You have something to say? Okay, that's one. Anything else? Creating awareness? Yeah, awareness, entry fee. Anything else? Yeah, so I see we're almost on track. So for like an event, your goal would be 1, to sell tickets, 2, awareness, and 3, of course, to fill the event, because no one wants to be in an event where you're only 2 people. Where even some of the organizers miss. That's a very failed campaign. We don't want to do that. So everyone has been saying target audience, and there's a reason why it keeps on coming up. It's because it's a very important part, and this is something that you don't want to miss. If you do miss it, you'll be like a guy who's advertising cars to babies. Like they'll see the ads, they'll probably laugh at them, but they don't need your cars. So you will not convert at all. So it's very important for you to know your target audience and go down to the nitty-gritties of who these people are. Where do they hang out from? What do they do for fun? What social platforms do they use? How do they spend their free time? Where do they stay? Do they work? Do they not work? All those things help you shape the perfect message for them. Because it's easier to talk to someone if you sound like a person who knows them. It's a very common thing with all campaigns that work. For example, Airtel's the smartphone network. It shows you that these people actually took time to understand their target audience. The smartphone network, because they came at a time when everyone was transitioning from the cartouches and these were small phones that people used to use. And they bundled that up by having deals on cheap smartphones. So everyone could get a smartphone. Border guys, your house help at home, or your younger brother, anyone. So they really portrayed themselves as the smartphone network. Okay. All right, so that brings me to my point of crafting a compelling message similar to your smartphone, that smartphone network. And then once you have the message, you have to ask yourself, where are these people? What channels can I use to reach them? Are they on social media? Are they on TV? Do they like billboards? Are they just at home? How do I reach them? Once you establish that, it will be easier for you to put the right message on the right platforms and to the right people. These are some of the things that make a very successful campaign, because at the end, you'll have something to show for it. You will have results. You don't want to just do a campaign that goes by and no one remembers it and it even has no results. You will be like that person who fails to get married if you're using it as a wedding. So those are first things first. So now we shall move on to the technical side of things. Hold up. Yeah, so for any campaign to happen, timelines are very important. You just cannot run a campaign when you don't know for how long you want to do it, in what year you want to do it, or when you want to do it. Timelines are very important. So using your goal, you plan backwards. And then you divide your campaign into phases. There's a pre-launch, there's the launch, and there's a post-launch. The pre-launch is very simple. This is why you have brands doing teasers. For example, last year we did a show for Dexter Daps, Noise Nation. I don't know if it reached you guys or if any of you had a chance to attend. So our pre-launch strategy was simple. Our brand was new, so we had to get people used to the logo. So we first ran a campaign for just the logo. Once people got used to the logo, we ran a campaign that was hinting at what artist was coming. So all our hints were Jamaican, all our hits were using the artist's songs. He has a very infamous song called No Underwear, but as a marketer, you just have to use everything that you can to put your word across. So our post-launch campaign was very successful. By the time we moved on to the launch campaign, where we actually announced the artist, our market was ready. 1, our pages had grown. 2, people were ready to listen to what artists that we had to give them. And 3, we had packaged it as the only event in December, so everyone was ready. That's what happens when you have a proper timeline of how you do your things. So after the launch, you don't launch and keep quiet. You have to sustain the communications until the day of the event. Similar to a wedding, you don't propose and keep quiet. You don't stop at that. You have to do these other things that will lead up to the actual event, actual big day. So now that you have done that, it's very important to assign roles. If you have a team of people and they don't know what they're supposed to do, it will show in your campaign. It will look very disorganized. And one thing people do is observe. You may think no one is seeing the things you're doing, but people observe. If you're disorganized on the inside, it will show on the outside. So it's very important to sit down with your team and assign clear roles. Tell people who will do the media, who will do the social media, who will do the photography, who's doing the graphics, who's doing the copywriting, so that everyone is aligned. And then once everyone is aligned, assigning roles is actually very easy. I don't know how many of us are familiar with Microsoft Excel. Everyone learns Excel in school, though guys tend to run away from it. So what Excel does is that you can have a sheet where you have activity, person responsible, who does he report to, and what's the status of the things they're supposed to do. Are they done or are they not done? So as you run the campaign, you keep on referring to this Excel sheet so that you can track and know if you're either on track or if there are things that you have to change. Once you have all that in place, you have to work on the heart of the campaign, which is the launch. Think about a launch like a first date. You only have one chance to make a first impression. If you mess up the first time, you're not getting the second date. And I'm sure a lot of guys here have messed up before, or some of us have been lucky not to mess up. So similar to the launch plan, you must be memorable. Like you have to do something that people will not forget. I don't know if any of us have seen memorable things that brands have done in the past. Just off the top of your head. Anyone? So recently, like last week, there's a brand called Chairman, the beer. I don't know if you guys saw the videos doing rounds online, where there was like a limousine and like so many cars and so many bikers riding around town. Did anyone see it? Yeah, you didn't forget it, right? You still remember it up to now. So whenever you want to launch something, don't be lukewarm. You either go hard or go home. You have something to say? Yeah, that was Jumia. Yeah, so you still remember it. So, and trust me, there's more campaigns that you don't remember than the ones that you remember, because so many people fall flat on their faces in the beginning. And once you fail in the beginning, I know we believe in God and pray to God, but no miracles will happen. It will be a failed campaign if you don't follow all the right steps. So to make it memorable, you have to promote it on the right channels. You need to know where your people are, bringing us back to our target audience. If you're launching what they call a Muntu Wawansi product, don't go to LinkedIn and post about it. Go to platforms like TikTok, probably localize the message, get a border guy to talk to it, translate it to Luganda, to Runyankole, to Rutoro, to any message, to any language that you feel necessary. Because you can't start, it's so similar to advertising to border guys and all your communications are in English. As much as some will understand, the majority won't. So you always have to be careful as you choose your channels and as you send out your communications. And then finally, you have to time it right. Don't launch at midnight. People have things to do or they're sleeping. Don't launch on a Monday morning. People have work to do. Look for a day, probably like a Friday after lunch when people are laid off from work and they have some time to do other things. Timing is very important because you can do the right thing, but if you do it at the wrong time, it just won't make sense. Like for example, exercising is important, but none of you is going to stand up here and start lifting dumbbells because it's the wrong time to do it. But you can do it after 5. So timing is very, very important. Now that your campaign is moving, like you've launched, things are in motion, you can't stop now. You just have to keep going until the end. And the only way you can go on until the end is if you know what is working, what is not working, and what you can adapt from other people maybe. So you have to measure your key metrics. During my time at Fine Media, we had sessions that we used to call the start, stop, and continue sessions. After launching the campaign, like a month or 2 into the campaign, you had to sit down as a team and ask yourselves, what should we start doing based on what other people are doing? If it's good enough, we can adapt it. What should we stop doing? What's not working and what's just wasting our money? If you've been using influencers and they're not working, you just have to stop them. If you've been paying for ads on TV and they're not converting, you just have to stop them. And then what should you continue doing? What are some of the things that have been working, that are showing you results, that you should continue with until the end of the campaign? It's very important, otherwise you'll just waste time, money, and your efforts on a campaign that's just not going to work. And then you must always be ready to pivot. What does it mean to be ready to pivot? You must be flexible. Don't be that guy who wants to, it's very good to stick to your plan, but sometimes plans don't go the way you want them to go. After doing your start, stop, continue, and you've assessed everything that's working, that's not working, and what may it work, feel free to change something, switch up something. Maybe you'll get better results. And then finally, for this part, you have to monitor. The beauty about digital is that there are numbers, and numbers don't lie. There are tools like Google Analytics, Facebook Ads Manager, and social media insights. If you've been posting videos the whole month and they have a collective of 7 likes, the people are not the problem, it's your videos. So you have to use those numbers and adjust. Maybe you've been posting only artwork and people are bored and all your likes go with, your posts go with 0 likes, 0 likes, 0 likes. Maybe you should start posting videos or start doing skits or just put people that are relatable in your campaign and maybe your numbers will go up. Yeah, so a recap, track your metrics, be ready to pivot, and always monitor the progress of your campaign. Now, this is also a very important part. Okay, every part is important because if you miss one step, it won't work. Like I said, it's like going for a wedding without rings. The wedding won't happen. You can't use rubber bands. You really can't. So, strong management is very key to a seamless execution. What does this entail? There's clear communication. Every agency I've worked for, we always have, I don't know how many of us have heard of Blankets and Wine, the event. Yeah, it's a very big event, and such events require you to meet every week or to share updates daily. Using your Excel sheet that I mentioned earlier, you can know who was supposed to do what and by when. So if every Monday you come and you go through the tracker and someone hasn't done what they're supposed to do, it informs you guys to sort of change or hire another person or do anything that it takes to make sure that your campaign works. Because the last thing you need is a failed campaign. First of all, you lose money, you get embarrassed, you get depressed, and you won't even have money to pay for therapy because you wasted it in a failed campaign. You get. So the importance of these weekly meetings is to align targets, align what you're trying to do. If in the beginning our target was to sell 5,000 tickets, it must always be in the people's heads. It must always be in the team's heads. Our target is to sell 5,000 tickets. Don't get comfortable along the way and forget what your goal was. You'll end up selling 100 tickets and no one will get paid and it won't be good. And then you always have to document what worked so that it can inform your decisions next time. Some things are like a blueprint. If they work for one brand, they can work for every other brand. So that's it for account management. So here's like my blueprint. This is what always works for me. I like to call them best practices. And some points have already been said by the speakers before me, but it just goes to show you how important these things are. First, you have to stay consistent. If you started a campaign with a goal to do something, don't change. Like, be consistent with your communications until the end. Don't just reach the middle and then get bored and then you feel like doing whatever you feel like. Because you have to think of the people whose attention you have grabbed from the beginning. And you must keep grabbing their attention until you actually achieve the goal that you're trying to achieve with your team. Then you have to know your metrics. Don't post and go away. Or don't pay for airtime on radio and TV and never ask for a sheet to see how your things are doing. Know your metrics. Know if these things are working or if you're just waiting on miracles to happen. Unfortunately, miracles happen in so many aspects of life. But in things like this, the only miracle that can happen is maybe you getting more money to execute the campaign. But if you miss a step, no miracle will happen. It will fail and then that will be on you. Then you have to stay flexible. Things always change. Things always change. You might have a beautiful plan, but something always changes. So you must always be ready to adapt, adjust, and do whatever it takes to make sure that you achieve your goal. And then you must also communicate clearly, especially for like team leaders. Don't go somewhere and then have meetings with people and then you don't trickle down the information to the rest of your team. Your campaign will look very disconnected and you won't have anyone to blame but yourself. For example, every event or brand I've worked on, whenever our bosses, our directors had new information, they made it a point to put it on the group. Make a WhatsApp group for the project, make an email thread for the project, and always communicate to your people so that everyone is in line and everyone knows what you're trying to achieve. So similar to our battle strategy. If you sleep when you're told guys are going to attack this area, then in the middle of the night you get ideas and for you change, your army will go and attack that area and probably get killed because you didn't tell them what the new plan was. So it's very important to always communicate. And then the beauty about digital is that there's nothing that's cast in stone. You can always test and optimize. There's nothing wrong with trying. You can try visuals, still visuals. If they fail, you try videos. If videos fail, you try skits. If the skits fail, you try influencers. If the influencers fail, you try using AI to do your things. That you always have to keep testing, trying, and optimizing until you find that one thing that actually works for you. That one thing that will be your niche. If you do videos and they are hit everywhere you go, the videos are doing well, then just stick to that. Never change a winning formula. Just stick to that. But if you don't try, you'll never know what works for you. So it's very important that you keep on testing what you've done, and then optimize, try different approaches, and optimize them based on performance. So I've really tried to keep this brief, but in conclusion, like I've said like thrice already, there's no miracles in campaign execution. Success doesn't happen by accident. It's a result of taking the right steps, staying focused, and putting in the effort to follow through. It's so similar to school and all the exams we've done in our lives. You won't miss all the classes and don't revise and think you're going to be the best in class. I don't think even witch doctors can help you do that. You really just have to do whatever it takes, what you have to do to achieve the success that you want. So, yeah, that was my brief presentation. I'll take, if any of us have questions, please ask me. I'll be very happy to answer. Oh, there's someone there. Should I bring the mic to you? All right. Gamampuri.
Thank you. There are some organizations where you find they find it hard to submit in maybe their analytics. Let's say I'm working with some radio station, and the radio station is either submitting in doctored analytics or they are failing to submit in. So how do you cope up, or how do you navigate with such a situation? Another thing, most of these, where you track your, these tools where you track your analytics, are they paid for? Something like that.
All right, thank you. So your second question answers your first. If people are giving you doctored analytics, feel free to pay for your tool so that you can also have something to base on. Don't rely on free tools. Because if you're really working on a project that's worth hundreds of millions, why aren't you paying 70,000 for a tracking tool? It clearly shows that you also don't care about your campaign. So that's why they'll keep giving you doctored results, because they know you don't care. So as the vision bearer, you have to always have the right tools to use and train your team to know how to use these tools. I hope I've answered your question. Yeah, don't let people lie to you. People are very smart in the digital world. Yeah. Any other question?
Yeah. Thank you. I wanted to ask about creativity when you were talking about a timeline, because I noticed people don't read, like don't take the time to read. So how is someone supposed to be like creative for, you don't have to just drop the artwork such that it be like catchy and all that?
Yeah, to answer the question of people not reading, there's a reason why most campaign taglines are usually 3 words max. Everywhere you go, your smartphone network, just do it. You're supposed to package your message in 3 words, 4 words or less, to cater for people that don't like to read. Because if you put a whole paragraph, a campaign to do this and this and this and this and this, and guys will stop on a campaign, and you want to have results. So how to be creative? You always have to structure your communications. Like I said, when we were running the Noise Nation concert, we knew that no one knew our brand. So the first thing we did was to get them familiar to the logo. Like, be consistent, put it in their faces, and once you check your analytics and you see you've gotten enough traction, you start unpacking the other things that have to do with your brand. So don't just come and fall on people and say, we have launched, we are here. You have to sort of, it's like how education, we didn't start from P7. You start from nursery school, so you have to sort of usher your audience into your message. Slowly by slowly, just keep them engaged, and then before you know it, they will be relating with your brand without you having to even tell them about it. Have I answered your question? Yeah, you can ask me after.
One question. How, during a campaign, how do you make sure you stay authentic? Like you make sure that your team stays authentic without the things they're pushing out, you know, so that they stay authentic to the brand you're pushing and throughout the entire campaign. How do you make sure of that?
Weekly meetings or daily check-ins, and also holding people accountable. If you don't hold people accountable, you always have people that let the team down. So with weekly meetings, everyone is supposed to come and tell you their progress. If we said we're supposed to have 5 artworks out this week, and the next week comes and we don't have the 5 artworks, the graphics designer has to answer. If we said by next week we should have an artist booked, and the artist is not booked, the person in charge has to answer. Because if you don't check in and you just wait for the main day, you reach the day and you find out that everything is haywire, nothing has been done. So to keep the team in check and keep them focused to the brand, you always have to check in with them. Create a group and tell guys, if you get any update, share. We have a weekly Monday meeting, everyone must be there. That's how you keep them in the loop. And also, keep communicating. Once you get new developments, keep communicating so that they also know what they're working towards. Don't leave your team in the green, because it just won't work like that. Don't hide things from them, and they'll get the work done. Yeah. I have space for like 2 more questions. Or 1 more.
Thank you. I'm asking, probably campaigns usually get people to, like, let's say, partner. How best can you approach a partner to get on a campaign?
Well, it's very rare for you to find a partner who wants to jump on board without you doing anything. These brands love to work with people that are already doing something. In Luganda, they say, bagenda nebigenda. Like, don't just sit there with your idea and be like, I'll only start when I get sponsors. You're supposed to just roll out the campaign. You sort of sell this to you sell your vision to the sponsors, to the partners. You see, judging by what we have done so far in our 1 week, 2 weeks, or 3 months of communications, this is our vision. So they can easily buy into your vision. So it's very important to just start and make sure you start right, follow the steps that I gave you, and then you approach these partners with leverage. You show them what you've done before. Usually, what people mostly do in case of events, it's very hard to find partners for the first event. So what people do is that they do what we call pilot studies or pilot events. You sacrifice your money, you do the first event, you get enough content, you do a very beautiful PowerPoint presentation, a pitch deck, you sell the vision. So you go to the partner, showing him where you are right now and where you're trying to be, as compared to someone who just comes with words. People don't really want your words. They want to see what they're getting themselves into, because at the end of the day, these brand managers also have targets and their jobs are also on the line. So if you don't sell to him properly, don't expect him to buy into whatever you're trying to achieve. Yeah, so always just start, make sure you start right, and then approach these people with something.
Is there like campaigns you've conducted and you have to train some of the members or all the members about certain things, probably take them through something like authenticity training itself and other things like that as they're working?
Yeah, there's a time before when we were doing Evoke Nights in the beginning, we had Club as a sponsor. And the thing about this brewery is that they have a code that they normally use. Be it in the creatives, be it in the time that you post. They will tell you can't post alcohol in the morning. So all alcohol communications have to come after lunch. So once you onboard a client, you're supposed to sit your team down and take them through the brand. Tell them what the brand likes, what the brand doesn't like, what's their creative identity, what are their colors in the case of graphic designers, what's their tone of voice, who do they speak to, so that everyone understands. Because these brands are like people. Everyone has things they love to listen to. Because brands like MTN, you can clearly tell that they're for young people. So that's their language, with the MTN Pulse, with all these things. Airtel is it's a global, mass market. They want everyone to jump on board, so that's their language. there are some sophisticated brands, like for example, brands that deal in telecom. Right now we're working with Rock Telecom, where I work. So all these brands have the way they speak. So if they tell you that we're advertising Rock Enterprise is the internet for big companies. Don't come to a campus student telling him about Rock Enterprise. So that's what your meeting does. You list down the client's product offerings and who they target. So that's from the word go, everyone knows what they're doing. I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, it's called a debrief. It's also sit down and let people know what these brands like. Usually they have brand guidelines and brand manuals that they give you. Yeah, there are do's, there are don'ts. Like, you can never get so creative with someone's brand. If they tell you their logo is blue, keep it blue. Don't try and make it green. But if you don't tell your designer that, he'll just go and try and be creative. So it's, as a team leader, this is something that you should never step. That's a very good question. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I've gotten questions from online. I think they're the only ones listening, or the ones who wants to run campaigns. Is there any other question from this side before I close? For the next person. You look like you have a question. Yeah, this will be the last question, then I'll close. You have all the answers. Anyway, you can find me later and ask me all the questions that you want. So anyway, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. Yeah. If any of you has a question, feel free to find me maybe around lunchtime or after the session, and then I'll take you through anything that you could have missed. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Jeremiah. Thank you so much. The bit I didn't understand is where, when the gentlemen were asking questions, you would answer there and then. For the lady, you said, for more. That bit I didn't understand. Thank goodness you've clarified it. So thank you so much. Eneviona is our own, is Mbarara or Ankole bread, and we thank you so much. We've been joined by a team that you see in front here, a team of distinguished ladies, Dr. Annette Kezabu, Head of Department for Postgraduate Studies Research for Media, Communication and Journalism at Uganda Christian University. Please join me in welcoming her. We are also joined by Council Cassandra Chisoro, with the other person you've come with, Mary. Thank you for coming. They will be taking us through so many other things. But to bring you up to speed to what we've been doing here, we started with a presentation from Timothy Bukenya, which was about introduction to digital marketing. We also had a presentation from Peter Mugarra, Head of Marketing and Communications, Prudential, digital marketing campaign. We also had a presentation from Mr. Richard Baguma. Richard Baguma is a media expert and Secretary General for Uganda Health Communication Alliance, and he took us through scaling for longevity. And now we had our young brother Eneviona Jeremiah taking us through campaign execution. So that's where we are. We are going to have one more presentation, then we go for lunch, and after lunch, we shall come to the ladies here. Fortunately, one of them is my auntie. I always want to add the other family name, but because it's not here, so, but I love it. I love it so much. For those of you who know me, know that I come from the other side of Kasese in Usongora. So the name Rwabukurukuru is very prominent in our area there. At this juncture, allow me invite a team of gentlemen, and this will be led by Adonia Waivare, Creative Director at Fireworks Advertising, And they also have Ambrose Chijambu, is a photography expert, together with Charles Chiwanuka and Elijah. They will take us through content creation. They will take us through content creation. I don't know whether they are here already. If you're ready, I'm ready. Please. We are giving them at least 30 minutes. They will show us how we create content, which content for what, which content is good, which one is bad. Okay? Okay, he wants to connect his gadgets to sound. I don't know whether the sound person, if you can assist us. I don't want to call you DJ because I'm not sure you are one. Can you help us connect his laptop to sound? Are you getting me? Are you hearing me? Oh, okay, please help him. They want to be practical, so I think that it's the reason they want the sound on. I thank you. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. So it's a pleasure to be here. I haven't been in Mbarara. This is my first time in Mbarara, and I have to say you have a very beautiful home. And thank you for hosting us. So allow me introduce myself. My name is Adonia, and I have had the pleasure of working with a number of brands over the last 10 years in the Uganda communications, marketing, and advertising industry. I have worked with quite a number of influencers, and I've actually also been part of campaigns that have brought influencers to life. So it's really an honor to share this knowledge with you all. My experience has really been with some of the biggest brands, from Orange Telecom, Uganda Breweries, Pepsi Cola, Coca-Cola, Total Energies, Centenary Bank, just to mention but a few. And on this journey, I have made quite a number of discoveries, some shocking, some very expected. But I have to tell you that the one thing that this industry does is it will humble you, and then once you're humble, then it will teach you. In that order specifically. So the one thing that we all have to go into this market with is a willingness to learn and a willingness to adapt. With those two things, you'll be able to succeed. Just to give you a snapshot at what we'll be covering, it will be quite jumbled. Some will come in as per the order sheet, and then some things will change. So we're going to cover content creation, and specifically content that sells. I mean, there's a lot of people out there creating content, but if it is not selling, then like I said, you'll be on vibes. Then most importantly is what makes content sell, especially if you're an influencer. And that is the brand you. What kind of brand are you? What kind of brand have you built for yourself? People buy people. Yeah? And then third will be around storytelling. This compelling content that we are creating, what is the story behind that content? Because again, it's stories that move the world, it's stories that move people, and that is how in storytelling, we build emotions, and that is how we get hearts to buy. And then there will be an element around scaling up your act. If you're an influencer, how do you make sure that you're consistently growing? And then content customization, and then finally, we'll also cover copywriting for conversion or for selling. So, I would like to kick this off with a quote from a legend in communication and advertising and marketing in general. And this is someone who was a copywriter by training, and then I think right now he owns one of the biggest, if not the biggest, marketing firm in the world called Ogilvy. I don't know if anyone has heard of it. So the one thing that he believed in very, very strongly was that if it doesn't sell, it's not creative. And I think there were some questions earlier around creativity. In our business, it's not enough that your idea is creative. It can be funny, it can be dramatic. If it does not get someone to buy, for example, if you've come up with a skit and it is the funniest thing you've ever written, but it does not affect the bottom line of a business and convert consumers into customers, then that idea did not work. And it's very unlikely that that client will come back to renew your contract if you're an influencer. So at the back of everything that we do, at the back of every piece of content that you're trying to create, you always need to remember to strike the balance between creativity and selling. Now, we're going to enter a phase that's going to be about building the brand you. And I want to start this phase with a short video.
Taza yoko, otaria, elita katirito. Yeah, that is. Casino taza yoko, otaria, elita katirito. Yeah, that is not our hand, thank you. Yamawa garanga we musei. That is the president Casino Napsaka.
I have seen him on WhatsApp.
Who remembers Katoto? Everybody does, eh? But I have a question. Does anyone know the person who developed Katoto? By name? I'll ask another question. Does anyone know the person who was voicing these skits? These are real people. They are out there, and to be honest, they made a lot of money. A lot of money. And they built a very, very enduring character. That character is probably one of the biggest influencers in the last 10 years. If you remember, he was used around elections, and perhaps one of the reasons Muzei won. If you remember, he was used around a lot of health marketing content to try and promote different best practices. So the point I'm making here is we all remember the brand Katoto because we related with him. We related with how very local he was, how very authentic he was, how very organic he was. We looked forward to those skits. Yeah? He sounded like one of us, dressed like one of us. He was really, really, really somebody that we all related to. He was as real as any of us, if you're to look at a human being. He was very, 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 very real. So, there's a gentleman called Richard, an animator. Very, very exposed. I think he worked at Disney at some point. And then I think he came back and worked with, there was a film production house called Africa 256, something of the sort. And he came up with this idea because there was a gap in truly, truly organic Ugandan content. And he came from, I think, the West. And something that was very, very dear to him was storytelling. But storytelling not in the modern way. Storytelling in a very, very locally nuanced way that really, really spoke to the everyday man. I think came up with a very brilliant character and gave it even a more brilliant name. Very easy to remember, very easy to pronounce across. So, I found this, that skit very relevant for today's conversation because not just of where we are, but I think there's a sense, there's always this illusion that as creatives, we have to be the influencers, that you have to be the influencer. It can be done that way, yes. But you could also come up with a character like Katoto that can actually embody any kind of traits, any kind of personality, and serve any purpose that you might wish. The truth of the matter is that in our own ways and in our different spaces, we are all influencers. Today is Saturday, and there is someone who is going to be the plug for the party. Someone knows that if it's Saturday, I'll call Adonia and I'll have a vibe. That makes me an influencer. The power of influence is not in your ability to make people laugh. I think this is also something that most people get wrong. The power of influence is in your ability to make people act. That is influence. If you are going to Soho and I convince you to go to a different bar, I have influenced you. I am an influencer. Yeah? The question becomes, how do I build my brand as an influencer to not just influence the people around me, my immediate community, but to influence people in different places and spaces? So, I'm going to walk you through 3 basic steps of building your influencer brand. The first thing that you must do is you must find your character. You must define yourself. What am I? Who am I? How do I speak? How do I dress? How do I sound? Those are very, very important things in creating your brand as an influencer. Yeah? So, we'll start with finding your character. It is very important that you create influence around things that people relate with. Uncle Mo did not choose a mechanic by his character being a mechanic by accident. He has training as a mechanic, but also mechanics are people we all deal with every day. They are some of the most humorous people. If you've been to a garage, you will not want to leave. Local humor after local humor. That is a character that everybody recognizes, or at least I believe most people recognize a mechanic. So your character or your personality needs to be very relatable. Secondly, you have to be authentic. There's no point of you being in Uganda trying to influence Ugandans and you sound like, you sound American. You dress American. You're better off going to find a visa and try your luck in America. But here, you may not succeed. You have to be very, very authentic. Now, I know sometimes we shy away from being local. I can tell you the biggest influencers we have in Uganda are local. I'll say that again. The biggest influencers we have in Uganda, first leave the glamour of social media that we see, these guys who drive, they're always buying new cars. They're also big. But brands are moving away from those people because a lot of brands are finding them very superficial. And brands are coming down to use and work with influencers that are local and authentic. People who speak the language of the customers they're targeting, people who look like the customers they're targeting, and people who are believable. Those things are very key. So you need to find a way to be organic, to be authentic. And then finally, in that category, not a lot of influencers do this, but I think if you're able to do it, it will put you heads and shoulders above the fray. You need to find a cause. Now, that cause can be something health-related. It can be something, it can be a social cause. It can be an academic cause. There's a gentleman on TikTok who just basically educates people about cars because he believes people don't know cars. People buy cars and they don't know what to do. So he's constantly on TikTok creating content, educating people about cars. We recently used him for a Total Energies campaign around oil. And he did so well because his content was authentic, his personality and character was perfect for the product and the campaign. So you need to stand for a cause. His cause was or is bridging the gap between what a lot of us think is technical and actually uncovering the truth about these machines that we don't know. It could be something that technical if you have a passion for cars. Or it could be something very simple. You know, I'm going to stand up for girls. There is an influencer who believes African food needs to be celebrated. And she goes across Africa, putting African food on the global stage. That is her cause, putting African food on the world stage. So, as an influencer, you need to find a cause. What am I going to stand for? What am I going to put behind, my efforts behind? Moving on to the next phase is you need to find your voice. Yeah? The tricky thing about finding your voice is you need to first understand your audience. How do they speak? What do they sound like? Katoto, by design, had a mix of English and Runyankore, I believe. And every single skit that Katoto has ever done is within that tone. Every single skit he did is within that tone. So you need to keep it very, very consistent. And I think when Katoto came up, I have a lot of friends from the West, and a lot of them speak in a way that mixes both English and Runyankore. I don't know if you've interacted with such people, but every time you're having a conversation in English and then, bueno, like, bro, let's keep it in one language. So it was so authentic and so natural that people saw themselves in that. So the final thing that you have to do is you need to find an audience, and you need to be very, very, very specific when finding that audience. So you have to study the market. Do not go into spaces where everybody is already creating content for. Everyone is doing fashion content, everyone is doing car content. Try and find what I like to call underserved audiences or segments and go after those. It will make you feel and look new in the market, and you will serve a niche that will eat up your content. The other important thing is that you need to align with their interests and then plug into their culture. Now, when I talk about culture, I'm not talking about traditions and, you know, I'm talking about their behaviors. How do they consume content? How do they speak? How do they jam? I'm talking about social culture. Understand their social culture, and you'll understand how to speak to them and how to sell to them. So, according to, and these are reports, social media, digital media, and just looking at marketing trends. The category, the business of influencers and social media marketing and, you know, businesses thriving on social media. In Kampala these days, corporate jobs are no longer enough. You find that people have businesses in their car boots. Someone imports bags, puts them in the boot, and drives every day. And guess where they sell these bags? On Instagram. Your bag guy. That's how they normally call their businesses. So influence and social media are no longer something to ignore. Influence is now like a currency. If you have an audience or the power to move an audience, the power to change behavior, that is probably a currency that is more valuable than the dollar today. All the world currencies combined. So the task that you have to do is, how do you nurture your currency? What is that currency, and how do you nurture it, and how do you grow it? I am going to play another video. I am hoping that this is something that we've all seen. Do you remember this saga? Did anyone see this saga? I believe this was sometime in 2023. Anyone? Yeah? Sorry, the mic doesn't seem to be working.
And it's beyond 100 meters.
Where is the rule? Are there any rules? When I was booking a flight,
You're not supposed to move.
when I was booking a flight, I'm from Kampala. It's not that I've come from Nigeria or somewhere with something that is illegal. I'm going inside Uganda. I'm just going to move. How is that a problem? It can't be a problem.
We need to know the type of.
You go and ask you, or maybe call your superior and talk to them, because I don't want to waste my time. Why? But you are.
Are you going to challenge us?
Yes, I'm challenging you. Why? I don't have the right to challenge you. I've told you this is alcohol. I'm going for holiday.
Then you're not going beyond this point.
You're saying to me that as well.
Madam, you're not going
step
aside.
What do you mean step aside?
Just step aside. Please, no other things to do.
I also have other things to do. You're wasting my time. If I miss my flight, it's a problem. I will pay for it.
So I'll start with a question. I hope we recognize the video now. I think in 2023, Uganda Waraji was launching a limited edition version that they called Lemon and Ginger. And the client did not want to do it the traditional way. Around that time, there was the biggest party that was coming on. I don't know if there's a Nyage Nyage in Mbarara. I think it should come. Yeah? But around that time, there was Nyage Nyage just a few days before, rather a few days after. And we were approached by a client, Uganda Boys, and they wanted to do something that was different, something that was going to take the market by storm, and above all, something that was going to make sure that this product actually sells. So we asked ourselves a simple question. This is alcohol. Only party people drink alcohol. Who do we know that is a party animal? Now, obviously, Sheila is no stranger to scandal. But again, that is the brand that she has created. There are very many brands that have rejected to work with her because of that. But lucky for us, Uganda Brewers is not a brand that is afraid to toe the line and take, things to the edge. So we put out this video, and for the longest time, for about 3 days, no one knew. People actually thought that Sheila was arrested at the airport. If you went, actually, I think the post is still up. If you go back and look for that tweet, the abuses that Gashumba got, the abuses that Sheila got, I think, actually, interestingly, we had approached Salvador to also influence for this campaign, and he asked for ridiculous money, so we said no. But guess what? Salvador retweeted. So that was free mileage. Now, the task for us was, how do we make this so authentic, so believable that no one actually figures out that we are trying to launch a campaign. Sheila pulled it off. Her acting skills were phenomenal, but it was the real, how very, very ratchet and how very bold she is that actually sold. So the point I'm making is that you choose your brand. If you're going to be ratchet, if you're going to be Mulokolewe Mbarara, if you're going to be a herdsman, if you're going to be the milkman, choose and then stay true to that. The brands that want to reach your audience will come to you. The other crucial element is how do you create content that sells? Now, if you notice in this video, there were 3 elements. There was a story, there was conflict, there was a battle between Sheila and the policeman. Those are 2 very key ingredients, and I'll get back to them in a little bit. So, speaking into content that sells, content isn't something that, just happens. It requires you to make research. It requires you to pay attention to your surroundings and your environment. Yeah? But what does it take to create content that sells? The key ingredient is make it memorable, make it relevant, make it short. It's very important that is short and punchy to the point. And then above all, if you can charge it with culture. I spoke about culture as behaviors, non-traditions, social behaviors. How do people behave with a beer? How do people behave with Vaseline, with a lotion, with a bottle of water? Charge your content with things that people do every day and make it interesting. When you're creating content, visual is good. Like if you're going to put a poster, put a banner, take a picture, that is good. But audio visual is better because you'll be appealing to more than one sense. People love to watch and listen. And stories land much better. The other key thing is, where do you place your content? So when we did that Sheila Gashumba launch, the stunt, we had a big debate on where should it sit. Should it be on TikTok? Should it be on YouTube? Should it be on Facebook? And we settled for two channels. We settled for TikTok and we settled for Twitter. Twitter was purely going to be for conversations and banter and making sure that the message really goes, spreads far and wide. But TikTok is one of the platforms where people easily remove content. It's right now one of the platforms that allows for a lot of content migration. So we put it on TikTok so that it can make it to WhatsApp status. And from that point on, the campaign just went viral. So it's very important how you choose where to place your content. Timing is important, so like I said, keep it short, but also what time do you upload the video? I think Jeremiah hinted on that earlier on. The Sheila Gashumba stunt went live at exactly 3 p.m. in the afternoon. At exactly 3 p.m. And that was very intentional because normally trends go higher up during the home drive hour, leading into about 8, latest 9. Those are the best times to really, that's when people are really on social media. So the conversation went on for about 2 days, but it started at 3 p.m. the night before. So it's very important for you to really know that platform and the audience. When are they available to engage? And then the other thing is collaboration over competition. So if you're creating content and you have a brand or a friend someone who can jump onto it, someone who you can collaborate with. It might not be a brand, it might be a news media outlet. Sheila's story broke on Mbu. Mbu wrote it like it was a real story, but the truth is we had actually planted the idea, and Mbu was supposed to pick up the story. So build those synergies to help your campaign go viral, to help your campaign get a lot of eyeballs. And then the other element is self-promotion. Do not be afraid to spread the word about your content. So that is about creating content that sells. It has to be very edgy. It has to be very memorable. You need to put it up at the right time. You need to put it up at the right time. And then once you're done, do not just say, I've posted on Twitter and that's it. Get that link, post it on your status. Get that link, send it in our WhatsApp group. Get that link, spread it. Do not stop spreading it until you've actually gotten the results that you want. So that is it when it comes to content that sells. So we're going to enter another small segment that's really about storytelling. Now, I'm sure we all watch these, a lot of commercials on TV, from Bosco to Osmosis to, there are so many. A lot of them by MTN, but there are also some other really nice ads by other brands. But I wonder if we actually see the stories behind these commercials. Yeah? So I'm going to play a couple of commercials and then we'll get into the storytelling element. This is a very old commercial. Probably, I doubt a lot of you have seen it, but it lands my point in how a simple story was actually used to market a very big brand. And some of these ads, if you remember Warid Telecom, some of these ads are the reason Warid Telecom actually grew exponentially back in the day.
It's whole meal restaurant. What's your order, sir? Rice and beef, please. Good choice. Kamis, kill the cow. Hello, do you want to give me a whole cow? Yes. At Abdul Jabari's, we only offer whole foods. Whole chicken, whole goat, and a whole cow. No. I'm not paying for a whole cow. Oh, my friend. Food once ordered is not refusable. You will pay. Why pay for more than you need? With Warid Chikola, you can get internet packs that fit your needs. Get Warid 3G daily internet packs with 50 MB at just 500 shillings or 100 MB at just 1,000 shillings. Dial star 100 hash, select pack a serve, and choose data 50 for 50 MB or data 100 for 100 MB. Warid, make it happen. Welcome to our...
So, what's a story? And in our line of work, why should we tell stories? I don't know if you know, you've ever been approached by a beggar on the street and they're asking for some money. They always have a story. There is always something. I am stuck. I haven't eaten in 3 days. My daughter needs surgery. I am stranded. I'm going to Rakai. I lost my father. I cannot miss his burial. I have to go. There's always a story. It doesn't matter. And the simple reason for stories, why we tell stories, is because we want to connect to hearts. It is only after you've connected to a heart that you're actually able to sell or to get something that you want. So these stories are all around us. And honestly, everything is or can be a story. The question is, how will you tell it? Now, I'm going to tell you a secret about Ugandans. And I think someone else said this on Twitter. Ugandans love to laugh. We will always find a way to make serious things unserious. There's a meme going around right now about colleagues. The money will come, but the money hasn't yet come. And our roads tell the whole story. The money hasn't yet come, our hospitals tell the whole story. But Ugandans have made memes and memes. I think the newest is Pilau will come. So it is in our nature to joke about everything. Yeah? So if you're going to tell your story, what must you consider? Yeah? So humor is one of the easiest things you'll consider. Look for fun. Look for funny things that actually mirror society. How can you get something that looks serious and turn it into something that people can laugh about? That is how to create fun content. So I'll just quickly run through some principles. So any story has, or any piece of content really needs to be structured. Yeah? It needs to be able to tug onto heartstrings. It needs to evoke emotions. And by emotions, you know, I need to be able to laugh. I need to be able to cry. Yeah? You can also use conflict. In the Sheila Gashumba video, we used conflict because, you know, Sheila being a very, very bold woman and going toe-to-toe with an Afande was really going to be something newsworthy. And then you need to know your audience, what kind of content. If they don't like to laugh, then don't give them. If they like to cry, give them content that's going to make them cry. If they like to laugh, give them content that's going to make them laugh. Above all, your content needs to have a plot. Yeah? Now, a plot is basically the heart of your story and the reason behind the story. If you're trying to educate or if you're trying to make people laugh, that is it. So, when it comes to creating engaging content, how come Sheila Gashumba posts one picture and it goes viral? And then you post a whole video shot with a very professional camera and it doesn't. Sheila has probably done these things that you haven't. Sheila probably knows that her audience likes pictures when some of her things are out. So she will post that picture. And it will go viral. She also knows that she has to keep it fresh. So she'll probably post something saying, Rickman DM'd me, but I refused. She'll post something fresh, she'll post something new to get attention. Yeah? I've already spoken into the visually appealing element. If you remember the caption of the Uganda Oraji post she made, yeah? It was short and concise. That's the same thing. Engaging content is always short and precise. And then this is, if you're doing DIY videos, you know, do-it-yourself videos, people are looking for content to help them do things. So you can also be very helpful in how you develop your content. So I am approaching the end of my presentation, but I'm going to end this with something that I spoke about at the beginning. Content has to be scripted. And by scripting, it normally means that you actually have to think about an idea, think about a concept, and then write it down. Write it down from how it starts, how someone is supposed to laugh, all the way down to how it ends. Yeah? But one of the oldest tricks in our line of work is called copywriting. Now, a lot of us, at the beginning of my career, I used to mistake that for for a legal jargon, copywriting. This is something that is supposed to surround ownership of things. I have the copyright. Yeah? But copywriting in advertising is the artful expression of an idea. Yeah? And it has different layers. All the ads that you've watched have been written. Everything starts as a script, and then it becomes an ad. So, the goal of copy, going back to the beginning of this my presentation, the goal of copywriting is to make sure that you sell. So the words that you choose need to be words that can actually sell. So I have a few examples here. These were some of the best ads, print ads a while back. The one at the left says, picks up 5 times more women than a Lamborghini. Yeah. And then the one in the middle says, small penis, have I got a car for you? Now, some of these have inside jokes, and you need to know certain things for you to get them. But I don't know if the rumor is true. I've never experienced it, but there's a rumor that men with small things like to buy flashy cars. So I've been told. Yeah? So, and that's a Porsche, probably still the most expensive car in the world. And then the final one, I think, was a Happy Father's Day ad by Durex. And it says, to all those who use our competitors' products, Happy Father's Day. Who knows Durex? You know Durex? You do? Me too. So yeah, I mean, the goal is to really sell your product in a very, very clever way. That is the art of copywriting. Yeah. So finally, how do we write to sell? Now, previous speakers have spoken into formats and being very, very brief. Now, when you're writing, it doesn't matter whether it's a caption for a product on a page. It doesn't matter. You always have to keep it very, very simple. So I've broken it down into 4 different parameters. Writing to sell is about speaking to more than just one sense. Speaking to my heart, speaking to my pocket, speaking to my mind. Yeah? So you always have to paint a picture with words. Yeah, that is the first thing. The second thing is you always have to persuade action. What exactly do you want me to do after I have seen that nice watch? Yeah, what do you want me to do? And then always have a lot of clarity and simplicity. Do not sound like, what's this MP's name? I will not poho in your midday. When you're communicating and when you're trying to sell, use very simple language. It is important that people understand what you're saying. It is not a literature class. Use very simple language so that you can actually convert a seller or a buyer. And then finally, know your audience or your product. Now, there's normally a challenge around what do I sell? What am I selling? So I'll give you an example. I don't know if you've watched the most recent MTN ad that has osmosis, the one where power runs out and things like that. Now, that ad could have probably been just very simple. When you run out of money on your phone, just go to MTN Momo, you can borrow. We could have just put it in words. Yeah? But they created a problem, multiple problems. Osmosis is at a date, he has run out of money. Osmosis is at home watching football, he has run out of yaka, doesn't have money. So when you're selling, do not sell your product. When you're writing to sell, do not sell your product. Sell the problem it solves. I'll say that again. When you're writing to sell, if you have a computer shop, don't go and tell customers about your specs. You know, I am the biggest in Mbarara. I have over 5,000 computers here. You need to ask yourself, what problems do people with laptops have in Mbarara? And how can I solve those problems? So appeal to the problem, and then you will have written to sell. I think that's it. Thank you so much for your time. I'll take a few questions, if there are any. Any questions? All right. Oh, okay.
Thank you. It seems content creation is somehow complicated. Let's say, for the case of the Gashumba story, how many people are involved from the start to the execution? Like, how many parties are involved? Because it seems like a bigger project than we imagine. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is about maybe changing audience. For example, you might be at campus and your audience are campus students, but then maybe you graduate and you find that your audience is maybe a certain market, maybe buying a cosmetic product. So how do you shift your audience? Like, you have been known maybe to market campus events, things like that, but then now you have to market things like products.
Good afternoon. Now, my issue is on copyright. If I am a content creator, let's say I'm doing YouTube, and I'll need some of that B-roll, the videos to add, yet some of those videos are copyrighted. How do I skip that? Yet I need to use the videos.
Can maybe we first handle those? Or?
All right. All right, thank you. So I'll just start with the last question. So unfortunately, if you want to avoid being sued, then you definitely need to avoid copyrighted content. However, there's AI that's coming up right now. Not yet as good, but I'm sure if you find a good one, it can be able to give you what is called loyalty-free content. However, YouTube also has a lot of platforms, a lot of channels that have loyalty-free content. And then if you look at platforms like Shutterstock, some of them actually allow you to use the content if you're going to credit the source. So there's definitely no way around it. You just need to either obey the rules they've put or find other content if you cannot create your own. Yeah. I'll go to the second question. So the best thing about markets and audiences and niching is that as you're growing, you said you're at university. Are you at university or you're done? You're still there. The best thing is that when you leave university, your audience is not going to stay behind. So right now, if you're targeting your fellow students, you're going to leave university with them. You're going to grow together. Yeah? So as you're stepping into this world, your life is going to change, and it's safe to assume that their world is going to change as well. So if they're going to start giving birth, if you started giving birth and you want to start making content around giving birth, they are probably also giving birth. Yeah? But the real work will be in identifying that audience and what their need is and being able to serve it. I think that is really where the hard work is, and creating content that is actually going to be relevant to them. Yeah, so if you're selling to them gadgets now, and they've grown and they're making a lot of money, they're probably importing their gadgets now because they've made the money. Yeah, so now your conversation really needs to be relevant. So you need to make a lot of research for you to be able to keep your influence. You need to be adding value to their lives. Yeah, so you need to make a lot of research. The first question, I'm not going to lie to you guys. The higher up content creation, yes, does get a bit complicated. But that shouldn't scare you and shouldn't say that, the budgets were wild. That video you watched was shot on a phone, on a smartphone. Yeah? So yes, because of the nature of the complexity of the job, yes, there was a team of about 15 to 30 people that were actually behind the entire execution of the campaign. But yes, I guess the real point here should be that if you're creating content and you're an influencer or you want to become one, you need to build a team. You need to build a team of people with different skills, different capabilities that can support your vision. If you're not good at shooting videos and you have a friend that is good, yes, sell them your vision, sell them your idea, and recruit them and let them become part of your production team. If you're not very good at writing and you know a friend who is very humorous, and yes, speak to them, recruit them sell to them your dream, recruit them, and then collaborate. I can confirm that there is no single influencer or single brand that has built themselves up to this point single-handedly. There is always a group of people behind them, inspiring them, pushing them, and things of the sort.
Do we have another set of 3 questions, then we go for lunch?
Yes, thank you very much. I just have one particular question. When you're speaking about how to build your character, you're speaking about finding your voice. I wanted to just help me get more deeper understanding, because if someone only wants to write, how will they do it? If someone wants to just shoot a video, which is just only acting, how will that point of getting their voice align?
Another one? That's all? So, okay, all right, maybe you answer that one.
All right. So, in simple terms, your voice is how you speak, right? If you try to recall all of MTN ads, there's a single voice, and that is a humorous voice. I don't think there's an MTN ad that isn't funny. If there is, there are like 2. Yeah? So finding your tone of voice is really important, because then people begin to recognize you. People begin to remember you. When they hear anything that sounds fun and funny, they begin saying, oh, that sounds like, you know, an MTN, you recognize an MTN ad before you see the logo. Or if you see an ad that's funnier than an MTN ad, you first assume it's an MTN ad. And then you see Airtel at the end. And then like, oh, they are trying to copy what? MTN. So it's very important that you carve out your own voice. Now, again, go back to what kind of audience you're targeting. If you're targeting an audience that believes in facts and they're very scientific and they are very complicated, then it is important that your voice is confident, trustworthy, very sure, you know, filled with, you speak with a lot of statistics and numbers, because that's the kind of voice that they listen to. If you look at how Geisha, Dettol, health-related brands speak, and then you look at MTN, they are different. Because they're selling to different people and they're meeting different needs. So you need a tone of voice to, first of all, identify who you are, separate you from everybody else, but also you need a tone of voice so that people actually begin to trust you, so that people actually recognize you. Yeah. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Mr. Waivale. I think this was the longest presentation, but purposefully. So we are going to have a lunch break of around 40 minutes. We will come back and have two presentations, one from Council Cassandra and another one from Dr. Annette Kezab. Then thereafter we shall have a panel-guided discussion, and we do questions and answers, then we go away. Not so? Okay, I've been corrected that actually this session had the practical bit from the team I read out here. When we come from lunch, they will come and finalize that. Then we go to other presentations. One good Christian or Muslim who can pray for our lunch. A gentleman this time. No, for break tea was a gentleman? Oh, a lady. A good one. Simple prayer. You're here, okay, thank you.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, King of Glory, we thank you for the sessions we've so far had. As we are going for lunch, we pray you bless us, you bless the food we are going to eat. May you bless the hands that prepared it. And after all that is done, your name shall be glorified. Through Jesus' name we believe and pray.
Thank you. Our order is like this. We're going to start from here. This table here will go first. Then, as we did for break, first row, second row, and like that. DJ, some soft music. Please don't play Nkudi. You play music for lunch.
Okay. Please. Makes it a great photo. That's a good one. None of us is a photographer in the room.
Hello?
Chai. This is terrible. But apparently everyone is a photographer because everyone has ever taken a picture using their phone, right? So everyone is a photographer. In this room, we can agree to disagree. So, who is a content creator in this room? She is. He is. None of our people here are content creators. She is. Okay. What kind of content do you create? Yeah? YouTube? So, video. Maybe I should rephrase the question. What mode of communication do you use to do your content? Voiceovers, eh? Okay. Yes? Doctor? Doctor? No. Yeah? What mode of communication do you use to create your content? The mode, photography, videography, visuals. Visuals. Okay. So, just a minute. So the lecture is going to be quite tough. I thought it would be simple since we were supposed to have some photographers in my mind in this lecture, but let us proceed. What makes a great photo? What makes a great photo are the following things we are going to discuss. Because that's why they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we start with the number one. Equipment check. In this case, most of the time, since now I know that we don't have professional photographers here, equipment check is your phone now. So I'm speaking to phone photographers now. Equipment check is your phone. Is it in the right settings for the particular picture you're trying to take? Is your lens clean? So because most of you take pictures with your phones and they look hazy because your lens is dirty, you've not cleaned it. Yeah? Is your grid on? We are going into the details now. Is your grid on? I won't use photography terms, rule of thirds, what? Let us stick to the languages we shall all understand. So, is your grid on? Who knows the grid? Those lines. Aha, perfect. So many of you see them, but they don't know what they do. Yeah, they just see them in the appear when they are taking pictures, but they don't know, or recording videos. So, check your lighting. I'm sure many of you have tried now here to take pictures with your phones and you're not happy with the results. Yeah? So we are here to see how we can get better results on your phone in this particular environment where we are. Okay? So we start with the art of photography now. Framing. Framing is the most important aspect of photography. Many of the presenters here before, especially the last one, was telling you storytelling. If you're to tell a story without a word, because you can tell so many stories writing and putting notes down, everything, but the most difficult story to tell is if you're told to tell a story in one frame, just one frame. For example, I'm standing here presenting to you guys. They can tell every one of you here to take a picture, one, to tell the story of I was presenting, to show all the sponsors, everyone, myself included, plus the audience, to tell one story with one picture, and you will have all different results. Everyone will have a different results. And by the end of that day, we may have 2 people that have a picture that qualifies to tell the story. So whoever came before me, whatever they write down into writing, the branding, Coca-Cola wants this, Manya, they said, which story, Katoke, what was told before, it all comes down to me, or the video person, or the animator. Whatever they sit in the board meetings and discuss with the big people comes down to you to put to life at the end of that day. So, whatever they discussed before is all. That's why there is a gentleman at the back there who said content creation is looking to be more difficult than we anticipated. Because now you've seen so far 4 panelists talking about one thing and speaking about it to you, one person. And you, the one person, has to configure all that information and be a content creator, fully fledged content creator who can do everything on their own. But don't worry, you're in good hands. I'm sure if you've understood the befores, this will be much more simpler. You will know the reason why the big people sit and bring down to us, the creatives, to bring their ideas to life. It's just like an architect. An architect will draw, but the contractors will do the building. You get it? So, framing. Follow the rule of thirds or grid. So, how many of you know what the grid does? The grid in your phone, those 4 lines that amount to 9 squares. How many of you know what it does? Yes, please.
It helps to center the photo, I think. I'm sure. Okay.
Who else? I don't want content creators. Chelsea, don't put up your hand. Yeah? So, she was right about the answer. It helps you to center. That's 1. But it is the number 1. It is the number 1 most important aspect of framing. Because whatever you want to appear, or whatever story you want to tell, with that one picture, has to appear in that one frame. So let's say we want to take a picture of what's going on here. You want to tell a story of me speaking to this congregation. What are the key aspects you want to show in this one picture to show everything about what I'm doing? 1 is the foreground, which is you, the audience. 2 is the middle ground. That becomes me, the speaker. Then 3 is the background. The background becomes whatever is behind me. So in that one frame, you've told someone, I was in Mbarara presenting to a group of content creators to an event sponsored by Evoke. You get? That's one picture. Sponsored by Evoke. Probably now they will know we had a projector. Now they will know all these sponsors in that one picture. But what is the middle ground, what is the foreground, and what is the background? Those 3 segments of your grid on your phone. I don't know. Let everyone first move out their phone, because I may be speaking things and everyone is asking themselves, what am I talking about? So you can bring out your phone, put on your camera, and look at those 3 lines that are drawn through. If they are not on, turn on your grid. So there are 2 lines that are horizontal that divide the square of your camera into 3 parts. So the lower part of your camera is the foreground. The middle part is the middle ground, and the topmost part is the background. So if everyone who is having their phone, let me have 2 people. Just take a picture to show what I was talking about. Sorry, this keeps going off. Like I explained, just take a picture. We are not judging. Just take the picture. Okay. Do I have one who is done? Okay, let us have a look. Okay. Let us have a look. No, we are not judging. We are just trying to... Okay. I want to see exactly where you were. Take the same picture. You see, I am sure not everyone is going to be able to see, but this is the picture, the before, sheet 2, the before. It's well balanced, that's one thing, but the moment you see yourself holding your phone to take a picture, and in an instant, they tell you take a picture, you put up your phone and like, ta, that picture is wrong. The moment you bring out your phone and they have told you to take a picture, and you pull out and press, the picture is wrong in all aspects. Why? You have not given it time. You don't know what you're taking, because you see what is at your face here. So you have not put into all the aspects of what am I supposed to include in my frame to actually press the shutter. What is included in this frame? Does it tell the story that of the content I want to create? Is the question. Because right now we might be, there was a TV there and we were live. The moment they point a camera at you, they are telling a story. Whatever appears in that rectangle becomes the story you're trying to tell. Whatever does not appear is not the story you want to tell. You get? So, the first key aspect is make sure when you bring out your phone or camera to take a picture, whatever you want to include in the picture appears in that small square you're taking. That is framing. Then we shall go into detail where to place what. But the first key aspect is when you bring out your phone, whether you're going to do a TikTok video, whether you're going to do a YouTube video, whether you're going to take a picture, framing is general, framing is framing. Whatever you want to tell in that story has to appear in that square. The how is what we are going to talk about, but first it has to appear. Yeah? So we can go into the nitty-gritties now of what is included in the frame. So here it states that flip the phone camera upside down. You see most of the content creators if you see videos of people doing content, they are having their phone flipped. It is not showbiz. It's for a reason. Yeah, don't think they are trying to wisecrack around. No, because by default, your phone camera is on top of your phone. Yeah? So when you put the phone here to take a picture, which means your phone is going to be at your eye level. But what you're trying to take is at your waist level. So you want to take pictures in an angle or videos in an angle that is always low a bit, because low angles tell more of the story than. So this mostly applies when you're taking low angle pictures. The moment you see yourself, or you're trying to take a building, or you're trying to compose something, and it is up and you're down, or you're trying to shoot a dancer, they're on the floor, so they're in the middle. When you shoot like this, you're not going to get their moves because they're jumping and you're up, so they have not reached your level. So you'll have to go down. The phone is easier because with cameras you will stress. Yes? With cameras, you will stress, but with a phone, your camera is already placed just below. So when you put your camera down, you see everything from down here to up here. So the story is told better than you having your phone like this. So you can keep that into consideration when working. Limit clutter. Don't put what you don't want into that frame. Yeah, I will use the example because she's the only one who took liberty to take. So she took a picture. There was this table, there was below the table, there was that, there was that, there was. So at the end of the day, your mind is taken away from what you're actually trying to shoot. If I look at that picture, the last thing I see is me speaking. But it's the first thing I want to see. You get? But it's the last thing I see. So however much you're trying to tell a story with a wider scope or wide angle lens or anything, keep your story to the subject. Make sure my eyes go straight to the story I want to tell. The rest will be complementaries. Yeah? Then use all phone lenses in the same position. You know your phone has lenses, right? Huh? Do we know? We know. Or you just see zoom out in. Do you think they just keep? So your phone has lenses. When you switch to your camera here, you will see there is a -5. There is a 1x, that's ×1. Then there is a 2. You get? That's when you're taking a photo. Even when you're recording a video, they're the same. Those 3 are the cameras on this phone. 1, 2, 3. So, whenever you press, don't zoom. People like zooming. Don't zoom, you lose the quality of your picture because this phone doesn't have megapixels of that camera. So you don't zoom. You get? So, when you're taking the picture, if you want to zoom, just tap the zoom camera. The camera will automatically interchange. If you want to back to medium, you go back to medium. Then if you want wide, you tap the wider camera. Shoot within the limits the camera gives you first before you start going pro. Yeah? Before you start, because when you start using your hands, you're going pro, so you don't know whether in which lens your camera is in. So it's better to switch by tapping those cameras, then you know. Why do I say use them in the same position? It elevates your creativity. If I'm here and I'm shooting him, and I use the wide, I'll have a different story. I come to the medium, I'll have a different story. Same position, same frame. I shoot the tight, I'll have a different story. So first shoot. Use all lenses in that one position before you switch to other position. Before you switch to this angle or this angle, first switch all of them. You may find that the one you started with is not what you actually want. If you try switching them, before you get creative in any way, first use the tool itself to its limits, then you know how to get creative. Look for unexpected angles. I think everyone has done that before. Everyone in this room has done that before. You take pictures in all angles, but that will come to be tested when you're actually shooting something that is going to matter or that is going to earn you money. Then you will know what angles will be needed in your life or not. Because most of these angles look nice, but when you deliver these angles to the gentleman who was here before to present to his client, then you will know that your creativity is sometimes unnecessary. Simplicity is what they want. Yeah? So go abstract. This is a bit large, but I will just bypass a little for our own understanding. Who of us here understands the meaning of just the word abstract? Abstract. No one? You can try, you can give it a try. No one, eh? Okay. Abstract, let me put it in simple terms. Let's say I'm trying to take a picture of that camera recording, but this is the straight way to shoot. But I can switch, and I say I can shoot the same picture, same camera, through this guy. He's in the foreground, I focus on him. I'm trying to shoot the same thing, but it will not straight away in your mind click that I'm trying to shoot that until I show you the picture. Who of you has seen abstract art? It is art, but you can't explain the painting. Yeah? That is abstract. It's the same meaning of abstract in photography. If we can look at this image here, I know it is small, but we can try to take a look at this image here. It's a bit hazy, but on my computer it's clear. So this is a person. He's on a street. None of you can tell what that person is doing. Even me on my computer here, I can't tell. Until I zoom in that picture. Then you will know this person is walking on a street while on phone. That is abstract photography in that sense. There are so many types of abstract photography, but this is the easiest sample I can give. That I can take her picture. I'm trying to take her picture, but I put her on the one, in that grid of your phone. I can get one square out of all the 9. I make sure she fits in that one square, and I leave the rest blank, without including any other people here. Then everyone will reach that picture seeing her, but they can't explain what the rest of the space is for. But they will love the picture at the end of that day. So that's abstract. In simple terms, avoid zooming. We have talked about that. Avoid zooming. Always, when you're using your phone, even you saw me using my cameras, I use fixed lenses. I don't use zoom lenses because there's a certain quality you lose at times when you're zooming. But you have higher concentration and higher attention to detail when you're using a fixed lens, because your mind has to be always sharp for a moment. Always. Because you're not going to zoom for it. You have to look at someone, then you know they are going to laugh, then you have come closer faster. It trains creativity. So, if you want to zoom, just move closer with your phone. Move closer. It will help you maintain the quality of your video or picture. At the same time, get the best results. Master the art of simplicity. This is the biggest component of photography. You don't have to always be creative. Not at any one point. You don't have to always be creative. Your creativity can be in the pre-planning of the shoot, or whatever you're going to shoot, or whatever content you're going to create. But once you start shooting, simplicity. Because your complication will complicate your message for the viewer out there. If you start shooting through angles, let me try low angles, then you'll be shooting for Coca-Cola. You try to shoot a low angle, then by mistake you'll capture Pepsi somewhere. And you won't know. You'll do your post-production, do everything and deliver. Probably they will also miss it. Then the billboard is out that has a Coca-Cola ad, but your picture has a Pepsi somewhere. You'll be fired for life. Coca-Cola will never give you business. So try to keep a frame as simple as possible. Simplicity is key. I can't stress that much or any more than. Even though you go to graphics, wherever you go, simplicity, the art of simplicity is the biggest art of a creative. Use various angles, that one is done. So framing, in simple terms, this is how I can talk about framing. It is number one because it is the most important key aspect of photography and videography. You want to do anything, whatever you put in that square is what you're paid to deliver, or what is going to cancel your check at the end of that day. So composition. Composition is dependent on the person, your eye, how you see things. I can talk about it today as me, and tomorrow I find you using the camera and you're doing something else, because that is personal. It's what differentiates you from any other photographer out there or content creator. Composition. So composition is first key of composition, get into the right position. You're trying to take a picture of something, make sure you're in the right position to take that picture. Positions are key. Right position means, are you going to squat? Are you going to stand? Are you going to sit? Are you going to sleep down? Yeah? So that's the right position. Before. That means you're done framing. You've seen whatever you want in that picture. Your frame is okay. Now, which position do you want to take? Which angle do you want to be in to take that picture? Do you want to be do you want your frame seated or standing, lying down or anything? Yeah. Then leading lines are things that will help you in composition. They're the easiest things to use when you're trying. There are so many. Yeah. We can have a look at this image. Yeah. We can barely see the person, but everyone here in the room knows it's a corridor, right? But we can barely see the person, yeah? Because the lines are leading us through the corridor, yeah? So leading lines they're the simplest way to compose. Simplest. It's a big topic. I can elaborate more. If anyone wants to go into detail about it, you can, after this, you can, Charles? You can get me out there and we discuss more about it, because it's a big topic, but it's not complicated at all. It is simple. Yeah? So, think conceptually. Thinking conceptually is a big thing, very big. When I put a bottle of Rwenzori and I put it there, and I tell each and every one of you to take a picture, everyone will take that picture differently. But thinking conceptually, before anyone takes the picture, someone will ask you, what do you need the picture for? So if someone asks, what do you need the picture for? Which means that person is interested in producing a picture that is useful to you and what you actually want to use it for. So I will give you a brief of what I want to use it for, and then you will know how you want to take the picture, putting in mind everything that I have told you. Whereas if you had no information about what I'm going to use it, you will take it to your own liking. But at the end of the day, you have to take it to the client's liking. In this case, for content creators, your viewer is your client sometimes. So that's why you see influencers consistent with their content. However much you abuse them at times, they still be consistent, because what you abuse is still what you go back tomorrow to watch and see updates. So focus in a light direction. I'm sure everyone here has faced problems trying to take pictures in this room because it is dark, and everyone has been trying to take pictures. Yeah? I'm very certain the only people that have gotten close to a good picture are the people seated that side. Everyone who has tried to take a picture who is this side has suffered. And everyone in the middle here has suffered, right? The only people that have gotten better pictures are people seated along that window. Why? Light is coming from that direction. Simple. Simple. Whenever you get out your phone to produce any kind of content, if your window is here, if you don't have much knowledge about lighting, please just go. If the window is here, is this side, just go this side and take the video, period. Don't try to say, I'm going to shoot this side dark, this side light. No. Just go to where the light is coming from. Don't try to be creative. It is going to cause you problems. Yeah? So, for starters, just follow the light direction. Then, look for strong contrast. That's the same as following the light direction. If you're a person who likes shadows and highlights, you will always shoot in between the light and the dark, which means you'll be shooting in the middle of this room. In the middle, not on the side, not on this side, but you'll be shooting in the middle, because in the middle row is where the light meets darkness from this side. Just simple knowledge about lighting, yeah? Shoot the moment, not the subject. This will make you an extraordinary content creator. Extraordinary. Just this statement alone. Shoot the moment, not the subject. What do I mean? In this sense, I'm the subject. I'm the one speaking. Yeah? If you're shooting me, people will have pictures of me holding this mic and I'm standing like this. But I'm still talking. But a picture can't tell my mouth is speaking. And the moment you look at my mouth and I'm speaking and you take that picture, that's going to be the most terrible picture you have. But the best way to get expression is with my hands up. My mouth doesn't have to be open. If my hands are up, they will know I'm trying to express something, and that picture will show I was talking. So shoot the moment, not the subject. Become invisible. Try to hide yourself when you're shooting certain pictures. It helps when someone is not focused on you, yeah? Some moments are better taken when someone doesn't know you're taking them, yeah? I know many of you call them the unawares, yeah? Yeah. So, look for patterns and shapes. Patterns and shapes, this tells better. Story of this museum in Los Angeles. It tells better. So, the building has great architecture. It has patterns, it has shapes, yeah? In this regard, it might be you seated in this room. You look for patterns. These chairs, the blue and red, the tables, you look for patterns where they intersect and take a great picture. I'm out of time, so I'm going to try to go through faster. Look for strong colors. I don't. That could be pretty self-explanatory. If I'm wearing this, you want to shoot me against dark colors, not lighter colors, because I'm in a lighter color. You get it? So you want me in a dark color to bring out my outfit properly. Then don't rush it. Don't rush it. We discussed that before. When you hold your phone, don't just click the shutter button. Study what you're putting in the frame, then take the picture. Yeah? Don't go against your gut feeling, because your gut feeling differentiates you from everybody else trying to take the same picture. Your gut is you. Whatever I speak here, we shall come out, take the picture, but your gut at the end of the day will tell you to take a better picture, and your gut will always be right. Lighting. I've given a brief about lighting. I'm not going to go into so much detail about this, but shoot first, like we said, shoot from the direction of the light. You're trying to get creative. Shoot from all angles of light direction. Shoot against the light, besides the light. Against the light produces images like that, the silhouettes. Light from behind, light from the side, light from in front, anything. Just shoot in all light directions, then you can choose what kind of picture appeals to you better. Yeah? Shoot at different times of the day. That is if you're trying to use natural lighting and you're not using the rim lights or artificial lighting you're trying to do. Shoot at all times of the day, because it affects light in the picture differently. Yeah? Start with one light source. That is for those who are using artificial lighting. Start with one light source. Don't bring all the 3 lights or ring lights you bought and you're trying to use them. Sometimes too much of anything is terrible. So start with one. Then you can know where to add the other. Yeah? The story you're trying to tell determines the lighting you're trying to set up. The story you're trying to tell determines the lighting you're trying to set up at the end of the day. If you're going to shoot, if someone has requested for an image there with great contrasts, highlights and shadows, you're going to go with one light. If someone wants flat light, you're going to go with 3, things like that. In this case, if you're using the phone, if someone wants flat light, you're going to shoot from the direction of the window. If someone wants shadows and highlights, you're going to shoot in the middle of the room, like we said. Things like that. So, mind the distance. If I'm standing here and you feel the lighting, your phone is training to bring out the light, you pull me closer to the window for me to receive more light on my body, then you can take the picture again. Your phone will get better megapixels and results than when it is training with me at this side, yeah? So, the color of the lights tells the story. These ones you can see in the movies. Blue means night, yeah? Warm means, means day. Tungsten means morning, yeah? Things like that. Warm lighting means love, things like that. Tungsten lighting means horror, yeah? So for those of you who like wearing blue colors, you know, horror. Then brand building. How do you use photography to build your brand? Quality over quantity. Because at the end of the day, what sells you is your picture. So, quality over quantity. You don't have to deliver 50 pictures. You can deliver 10. And someone will not ask for more. Yeah? So, quality over quantity. Then, create content that builds your reputation. What reputation are you trying to build you as an individual? That's the kind of content you want to create. If you're trying to take pictures, if you're trying to be a portrait photographer, why are you going to shoot wildlife? Yeah? So create content within the reputation or brand you're trying to build. Yeah? Consistency. It doesn't benefit you to do quality over quantity once. Yeah? So every time you're going out to put out content, let it be quality. Quality, every time you deliver something, let it be quality. Yeah? Then collaborating with other brands. It is important, guys. This industry is not about competition. You're not competing with anyone because everyone has their own clients and everyone understands. So as you are here, you can decide to form your own group and be like, we are a group of content creators, this is what we do. You don't have to compete with each other. Everyone will get a client. Yeah? Uganda has 40-something million people, and I don't even work for 100. And how many photographers are here in the country? You might find we are not even 10,000, but we still have other millions of people to work for. So just work with everyone, work with each other, then find your niche. Who are you? What do you want in life? If you want to do photography, what kind of photography do you like? Don't try to do everything. We made those mistakes when we were beginning. We shot everything. And when you go to my profile of 5 years ago, you'll find I have everything from A to Z, every kind of photography I did. But at the end of the day, you zero down to what piques your heart and what speaks to you as a person. It doesn't matter whether you do the rest perfectly, but what speaks to you as a person. So in content creation, what content speaks to you as an individual is key. Yeah? Then, branding is something that people speak about and everyone thinks it's about your logo, it's about the artwork, your branding, the t-shirts, what you put on. No. Branding are your values and reputation. Because at the end of the day, that's what you put into whatever you're doing. Values and reputation. What do you want to be known for? And what are your values? That is branding. That's why there is a point here that says the most important brand is you. It's not whether you're working for Coca-Cola, whether you're working for Pepsi, the most important brand is you, because Coca-Cola is not working with Charles or Ambrose because their company does good work. They work with them because Ambrose does good work and built a brand in line with his work that shows off what he can do. So if you can't do it, then what are you branding? You get? So, this is for content. I'm not so much of a TikToker, but this is for TikTok guys. You know, people like to know about you, the person who is sharing the content. If you are a photographer, they want to know. They don't want to see your pictures. You post pictures, and you reach some point and you stall. Because people want to know the person behind the lens, yeah? So sometimes, take time to take behind the scenes, put yourself in front of the camera. It's a difficult task, at least for me, but I don't know whether for you guys it's easier. Put yourself in front of the camera and share your life with people. People pick a lot of interest. That's why influencers get a lot of following, crack deals, because people are interested in their lives. Ugandans, we love Lugambo. We love Lugambo. We want to know about people. We want to know, we want to contribute. So, editing. Editing, we basically use two softwares, Lightroom and Photoshop. For the phone, let me speak to the phone now. The phone has editing areas. You can edit pictures on your phone and they come out. Yeah? If you have gone to the Evoke page today, the pictures that are going around, I edited them on using iPhone software, this iPhone software. You take pictures, put them on your phone, simple adjustments. Like I said, simplicity. Simple adjustments. What do you want to adjust? Is the picture dark? Don't add exposure. Go into shadows. First add the shadows, because exposure, you're adding exposure into the entire image. But here, first add the shadows to a certain level, go to contrast, add it to a certain level, highlights, if the highlights are popped out, reduce them to, you get into the nitty-gritties of edit. Don't just use exposure like most of you do. When there is exposure, or they press auto. Try. Use those sliders. You'll find yourself a very good editor, the phone. Because at the end of the day, those sliders exist in Lightroom. When you visit Lightroom, you will find the very exact same sliders, apart from the other professional section. But the first slider up of basic, everything in the phone is what is on that slider. So if you can edit with your phone, you can actually edit in Lightroom. Yeah? So, this is the last part of my boring presentation. Hope it wasn't. We started with a question. What makes a great picture? And I want to stop with the answer. Whatever we said, whatever we have explained, comes down to this one answer. What makes a great photo is knowing how to frame a photo, understanding lighting contrast, telling a story, and knowing when to release the shutter button. Thank you. I hope there are no questions. Okay. Okay. Panorama.
What do they even do?
Okay. Time lapse. The gentleman here will explain in video. Panorama is my section. I can explain. Let us have her. So I'll explain. That's it, So, panorama is a bit practical. It's practical. I just have to show you how it works on phone. But I can try to talk about it, but I can show you practically on the side. There is when you click, let me be practical and reach in the panorama section. For iPhone guys, it stays panel. Yeah? So, if I want to take a picture of this entire room, but my lens can't finish this entire room, or my camera is limited to a certain point, but I want to take a picture from here to here. Yeah? I will point the camera to the starting point of where I want to start. Then it has an arrow. Yeah? Then you press the arrow to the direction. You tap the arrow. Yeah? Then you move. Yeah? To the point where you want it to stop. So, this phone is going to process for you an image. It's the fisheye lens of the phone, because the phone doesn't have a fisheye lens. So, it will process for you an image from here to here, while including everyone. But the phone camera practically can't take a picture from here to here. But with a panorama, you can take a picture. We can take one, then rotate and stop to where you want it to stop. Then it will process for you the image that has this entire room. Thank you, guys.
Okay, good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, guys. Looks like everyone is so down. Can we start up just for 1 minute? Okay, 1 second. Okay, we are just going to stretch a bit because it feels like everyone is becoming sleepy. Okay, now we can sit. I'm not going to take too long because my colleague has said it all, almost everything. The only thing he has not talked about is dealing with multiple frames. The difference between video and photography is a photographer deals with one frame at a moment. He takes a moment, a picture, and then he works on that. But me or you as a videographer, you're going to deal with multiple frames. And dealing with multiple frames, that's when you come up with a video. So you realize you can make a video out of pictures. Do you agree with me? It's called time-lapse. You can literally take multiple pictures, put them together, and then you create a video. So your camera, whatever device you use to capture, captures multiple frames, put them together for you, and then you get that video. So my name is Charles. I've been in the industry for over 10 years, and I've been working on different projects, including content creation. And I've worked with a couple of content creators, including YouTubers and TikTokers and other social media content creators. So this is something about me, and I believe as much as I'm going to take very short time to do my presentation, I'm going to make sure by the time I leave here, you understand a few things that can help you become a better content creator. Everyone has talked about storytelling, but I'm going to ask you, what makes a good story or a good video? What makes a good video? What are those characteristics of a good video? Who can tell me? Anyone, please? Next background. Do you agree with him? You down in the what shirt? The content in it, please. Quality. So I think everyone is right. But what makes the characteristics of a good video? It really has to have a beginning. You have to tell the inception of your idea. It has to have the middle and then the end. The middle, I'm talking about the body, whatever content that you're talking about. And then the end, conclusion or call to action. So if your video doesn't have those three things, it will be like can you look at a chicken without head and legs? And then you want to keep it, it will be dead like the chicken. So what I'm trying to tell you is always focus on having an introduction, body, and then an end. So how many of you own a camera, like a professional camera? Anyone? Perfect. That's why this presentation is for us here. for us who don't own big cameras. So I believe for every device that has camera on it, you can literally create a video, be it an iPad, a phone, even some cartouch phones, but those ones, I believe they will not give you good quality. We're going to talk about these basic techniques. Lighting, Ambrose has been talking about lighting, and I'm sure I'm not going to repeat that for the sake of time. Framing, he has talked about it. Everything that, all the elements Ambrose has been talking about in photography, they apply in video. But remember, you're dealing with multiple frames. Multiple what? Multiple what? Guys, you're sleeping or you're not following? Multiple what? So, whatever element he's been talking about applies in videography. But for us, there are things we work with that maybe photographers also don't include in their field. Let me first proceed. I'll talk about that later. Okay, before you start any production, whether you're trying to create content for your social media or for a client, you need to do what they call planning. When I'm talking about planning, I'm talking about you have to build an idea. You have to know what you're talking about. You have to know what you want to communicate about that specific idea. And then you come up with shortlist. Shortlist means you're going to come up with like a mood board or a storyboard, whereby you have to visualize before you capture. You have to think to see it before you capture it. So you write down those shots. So you know, for instance, if you're going to capture someone walking into this room, sitting and then listening to the presentations, you're going to have all the shots, starting from walking into the compound, then inside the room, then sitting, pulling out the laptop or notebook, and then writing down things. You need to write down those shots, or list down those shots in terms of a storyboard, a script, such that when you start recording, you're not going to forget. Sometimes you get carried away by the first shot that you take, and then you lose it. By the time you finish up, you're going to edit, you realize you have only one take or one shot. You did not capture someone sitting, you did not capture something you have forgotten. But it's very important to list down a few things so that you don't just waste time, you capture everything that you really have to. Ambrose has been talking about grid lines. I'm not going to repeat about that. It is very important also in videography to have your grid lines on, whether you're using a phone or a pro camera, because it's going to help you in framing. I hope you remember everything he talked about. Framing, you understand? Everyone remember about when he talked about grid lines? Okay, and also make sure, always make sure before you start, charge your phone. You don't want to be in the middle of the shoot and then you run out of battery. And by that time, there will be no electricity. And your power bank will also not help you because you have drained it before, maybe yesterday. Please charge your phone before you start recording. Now, this is where I'm going to talk about multiple frames. The frame rate. The frame rate. These are, from my presentation, it refers to the number of images or frames displayed per second. So, for every frame that you see in the video, if it's 1 second, if it stays there for 1 second, if your settings are 30 frames, you will have it will have recorded digitally. It will record 30 pictures per second. If you record for 2 seconds, that means you're going to have 60 frames. So the number of frames are going to, you can adjust them from your phone. You go to your settings, and it's very important to record multiple frames, 60 frames, 120 if you have an intention of doing slow motion. I'm going to put this I want you guys to note this. If you really want very clear pictures, very clear videos, stop recording slow motion. I know most of your phones, including iPhone, Samsung, they can record real-time slow motion. Please don't record slow motion, because the moment you record in slow motion, you're losing quality. And sometimes it crops your image. If you are going to have a wide angle, it's going to crop in, and then you're going to be limited in terms of frame. So what I'm telling you is, you rather record in multiple frames, more frame rates, and then you do the slow motion in post-production. When you're editing, there's an option where you make your videos to get in to do slow motion. So also always record in 30 frames per second if you're going to upload your videos on social media, because I don't know the algorithm behind that, but always videos in 30 frames are always clear, sharp, and fluid. Only when you're going to record to do slow motion, record in 60 frames or 120 frames per second. I can elaborate more on that. I'm going to be right behind. If you not got more about the frame rate, I'll be behind there. I can show you practically. White balance. Most of the, if you're, depending on the camera or the phone, most good phones, you can literally change white balance. And white balance refers to coldness or warmness of an image. If it's too warm, that white balance, it will be considered warm. And then if it's too blue, if it's bluish, it will be called cold. So I think for this one, I was will elaborate more if you come in person, and I'll show you. I don't want to waste much time, because literally there are more presentations after me. Let me talk about this phone setup. When you get to camera and then you try to record, it will, when you press record, your phone automatically starts recording. First, it's going to think for you. It's going to make focus on elements you don't even want it to focus on. You understand when I talk about focus? So in order to avoid that, when you turn on your camera, you can use this option. Can you all see here? You can use this option. Have you ever seen it on your camera when you're filming video or a picture? You can use this to lock your focus or exposure. You know, the worst thing to do is to produce a video which has where lighting keeps on changing, becomes dark, or it becomes too bright, or the focus keeps on changing from, probably I want to focus on this one. Now the focus runs and the focus runs on someone behind, yet I want to focus on this one. So in order to avoid that, you can you touch your screen, you get your phone, touch your screen, and then you focus, you tap on something, that the object you want to focus on. You make sure you long press. When you long press, it's going to bring this option, AE and stroke AF lock. So the camera is going to lock on that object. Even when you move, the focus is going to be on that person or subject. And this is going to improve your video quality, because they won't be, your pictures are not going to be hazy, they are not going to be overexposed or underexposed. Also, if you feel the picture is too dark, you tap and then you're going to see a symbol of sunlight, like a circle with those spikes around it. So you tap that sunlight, you pull it down if you want to reduce the exposure or the light in the image. Or you can pull it up if you want to add more light in your image. If at all you're capturing inside the room and then it's a little bit dark and then the image is, you're not really happy with the image, you can literally tap, use that option to increase light. But remember, as soon as you release the hand, it's going to go back to, before even you tap, you record, it will have gone back to what? Guys, are you following? It have gone back to what? To darkness. Okay, so you make sure you first lock the exposure and then the focus. You understand? Composition. Composition, it is the way you arrange objects onto your screen. How objects are arranged on your screen, how they appear on your screen. And this really affects your quality. Because if you're going to be organized, people want to look at organized things. They want to look at clean images. But if your image is full of clutter, and then imagine you want to capture like maybe that camera on tripod, you only want to focus on that, and then you end up taking a picture, including everyone here in the room, including the chairs, the banners, everything. Now you'll have lost it. Your composition is low because you've not achieved your intention of capturing that camera. So if you want to capture that camera, you're going to move closer. I still insist or agree with Ambrose that do not zoom in. You see, like iPhone or Samsung, even other phones, they have multiple lenses on them, but do not zoom in. Always pick on the middle. If you open the camera, if you open your phone camera, it has two options. It has extreme wide, the middle, and then the zoom. So always pick the middle camera, because that's the perfect, it will give you the perfect resolution for that camera, for that phone. If you zoom in, you're losing quality. If you go too wide, you're losing focus and still you're losing quality. Please always pick on that, and then you either move backwards or forward. Leave those things for people who don't know. There are people who just record, they pull up the camera and then you see them doing this, doing that. Leave those things to those people. But if you're trying to do serious work, especially when you're being paid by a client, try to do professional things, and your client will always expect clean, crystal clear images. And for you to achieve that, avoid zooming in. So back to the camera, please move closer, and then you frame, make sure you put maybe the camera in the center of your frame, and then you start recording. Don't forget to lock your focus and everything. So back to composition. Under composition, we have aspect ratio. Aspect ratio, this refers to the proportion or relationship between an image's width or height or wide. So for aspect ratio, I'm talking about, guys, look at this. Look at my camera, my phone like this. So if I hold my phone like this, I'm going to refer to this as 16:9 aspect ratio. And if I make it vertical, if it's landscape, that's 16:9. And then if I do portrait, that's 9:16. You understand? So you need to know, first of all, you need to know, to understand which platform are you going to upload your video to. Are you going to use it as a reel, or you're going to just upload it maybe on YouTube, or just put it as a post on Instagram or Facebook? You understand? So you need to know, what am I going to use this video for? So if it's a reel, make sure you shoot in vertical format. That is 9:16. If you're going to do YouTube, make sure you do landscape, and that is 16:9. And then there are those other platforms which require you to shoot 4:3. So you have to make your choice properly, rather than if you shoot landscape, you can still, this is in post-production. If you shoot landscape, you can still create a vertical video, but that means you're going to eliminate a lot of things that you have captured, including losing quality. Let me proceed. If you've not understood about this, please, I'm still around. I can elaborate more about aspect ratio. I'm trying to rush because we don't have much time. My next slide is going to talk about movements. If you want to add quality to your work, please, you're going to introduce movement in your shots. And we have different movements. We have pans, tilts, tracking, follow, and static. Let me start from static. You see this camera here on the tripod? It's static. It's not moving. It's not even shaking. So you can choose to have shots like that in your video. You can have follow shots. Follow shots, if you're shooting a subject and the subject is moving, and so you go behind him or her, you follow. You go with him wherever he or she goes. You follow her. Tracking shots, you be in one position. If that person is moving, like that gentleman there, you keep tracking him. You understand? You understand? So tilts, this means you're going to get that static camera, and then you're going to, if you keep turning it up like this, if it's shooting like this, and then you turn it up or down, you're tilting. You understand? You understand? So for instance, if I'm capturing this gentleman here, I'm capturing his face, and I want to show the audience that he's working on the laptop. I'm going to tilt down. You understand? So I'm not cutting, I'm not doing cuts. I'm going to introduce tilt to reveal whatever he's doing. Pans, this is when you move sideways, left or right. I think that one is simple. Also, guys, who knows what this is? This other image here. Who knows what it is? Okay, who has ever seen it? Yes? What it is? What is?
I've ever seen it, but I don't know its name.
You don't know its name. Who knows the name? Okay, let's not waste time. This is called a jimbo. It's called what? A jimbo. Its purpose, it helps you to stabilize images, to capture images. Remember when I talked about follow shots? If you have a subject and then you're trying to follow him or her, remember you're using your phone. Your phone does, especially when most Android phones don't have inbuilt stabilizers. So you're going to be producing shaky images. Okay? Who wants to look at shaky images? In fact, you give your client shaky images because I didn't have a jimbo. You understand? They will reject your work. So this device, if you mount your phone on this device, it's going to help you stabilize your images, and you produce very smooth images, even when you're tracking, panning, doing all those movements. This one here, this image represents handheld images. If you hold your phone like this, or your camera in your hand, you're doing handheld shoot. And this, you're going to introduce shaky what? Shaky images. This next slide is showing you examples of shaky and then steady images. This is shot with a jimbo. Guys, for those who are looking at your phones, are you taking notes or you're scrolling? Look at this. This is shaky, and this was shot by hand, and this was shot with a jimbo. Which one would you prefer? Which one? Okay, let's proceed. Audio. I'm about to finish. Guys, I'm about to finish. Let's talk about audio. If you want to understand the power of good audio, let me ask here, who of you always watch pirated movies? Pirated movies. Do you know what pirated movies are? You don't download movies, you just go to the library. Okay, when you find a pirated movie, someone goes with a camera like that in a cinema before it's released, and then he puts it on a stand, and then he records the screen. After that, he uploads, put a title, and then if you're looking for that movie, you're going to land on that video. Very bad quality, very bad sound, and it's going to be a turn off for you because the sound is going to be so poor. You would not mind even if someone walks in front of the camera. You would not mind because for the image you will keep following, but the sound will be so terrible and you would not even finish the video. So all guys, the point is always make sure your audio, whatever you're capturing, is good audio. And to achieve that, you're going to need to buy external microphones. Guys, buy external microphones. Especially for content creators who use phones, buy external microphones. These ones are around, they don't exceed 50,000. You can buy them from Gigi, you can buy them from Tunda, you can buy them from most of the platforms here in Uganda. And some of those guys, they can even do delivery. Even if you are here in Mbarara, they may charge you like 10K to deliver, putting it on bus, and then it reaches you. But please order for it. 30K will not make you lose like an opportunity or a job. You understand? So also think about where you're filming from. Imagine you're talking about serious things and then you're on the roadside where there are borders shouting, cars passing, and as you're shooting, the border guy shouts at you some words that I can't even mention here. So always mind where you shoot from. Find a quiet place where you're not going to have distortion or to have unnecessary noise. People banging, dogs barking, chicken, cats crying, children crying, calling your name. Guys, we don't want to see such content on your platforms or doing them for clients. Last one, you can use the Dedicat, because sometimes you can even be shooting, you want to shoot outdoor, and then there's a lot of wind. You see, do you see this? Do you see this? This is called a Dedicat. If I was outside there and then there's a lot of wind and this microphone didn't have a Dedicat, you would feel all the wind in this microphone and it will all be recorded in your video. And that's going to make your video bad. However clear your video is, but your sound is bad, you get 0. Your sound contributes 70% in that video. So, get in mind about it. Okay, next slide. Post-production. I talked about platforms, different platforms, but your phone, you can literally edit the footage you've captured with your phone, still using your phone. Do you understand? You don't need a laptop or a computer to edit, to do post-production. These are some of the common softwares or applications that you can use to edit. Can you see them here? Can you recognize any from the list? CapCut. Everyone knows CapCut. So whatever works for you, you can download it, put it on your phone. Most of them have free version, but when you get a paid version, it's better because there you have a lot of options. And you guys, you need to note during post-production, don't use a lot of transitions because it's going to distort your video. People are going to focus more on transitions. Before you understand something, then you're swept away by a wave transition or a zoom in or whatever that you have picked. Please don't use a lot of transitions. Make it simple. Make it simple. Simple cuts. And then you have better results. B-roll. B-roll, this is B-roll, I'm going to describe this as those clips that are not error. Sorry, I'm confusing you. Error, I'm talking about the main action. If I'm talking about, if this gentleman is talking, is giving a presentation like I am, this is me, I'm the error. But if the camera captures this gentleman writing down notes, raising the hand, asking questions and everything, and then the other one dozing, the other one yawning, the other one is scrolling, that is B-roll. B-roll is supposed to support error, whatever that I'm talking about. So this is my B-roll, whatever that it is. This is my B-roll, whatever I'm talking about, I'm referring to this, and if I show, hope you guys understand. I don't have to elaborate more. Do you understand now between error and B-roll? You understand? Cool. These are, I put a list of some of the editing techniques, including rhythmic cuts, transitions. I said don't use a lot of transitions, but I didn't say don't use transitions at all. Please, you can use transitions, but make sure you pick them wisely, because most of them, they can literally distort your work. Color grade. With color grade, when you use iPhone, it has an option where you're going to shoot raw. When you shoot raw images, these raw images, they will not have color, or they will have less color, and the dynamic range will be high. So it will have no contrast, no color, and it will be faint. But that picture has a lot of information, whereby you can take it in any direction you want. If you want it to have a lot of color, if you want it to have no color, if you want it to have less contrast or more contrast, you can literally do that using those raw images. And you can also use LUTs. LUTs, they are like filters, whereby you put it on an image and then you get a different look. You can if it's either sharp contrast or making it greenish or bluish, whatever way that you really want. That's what I've talked about, raw images. And then captions. When you edit your videos, please add engaging captions. Use engaging captions. People they don't want to be bored looking at you, especially for those guys who don't have B-roll. Use out of captions. You understand when I'm talking about captions? That text be running on your screen. You can literally be let me leave captions at that. Let me go to the next slide. As I'm ending, I'm leaving you with a few tips for you guys to follow in case you've missed some points. Number one, always plan before you start shooting. Write a simple script. You can write down a few notes and then you start. 2, lighting. I didn't talk about lighting because the previous presenter talked about lighting, and whatever that happens in photography, lighting, it affects us the same way, even in video. So the same elements will apply in videography. Make sure you don't have harsh shadows. Harsh shadows, I'm talking about, for instance, if I'm standing like this and light is coming just from one direction, it can be cinematic and it's okay. But for some videos, it will not work for you. Always try to eliminate a lot of shadows in your face. Get closer to the window. Make it natural as possible. Don't add too much lights because still you won't get it right. But always use natural lighting, and that can eliminate a lot of shadows or harsh shadows in your video. And 4th, practice. Don't always think that you're going to make it in the first video that you've produced. Keep practicing, make research. There's a lot of information on YouTube that you can use, or ask people that you think they know more than you. Don't hesitate to practice and start. Don't always think, I'll start when I buy an iPhone. Right now you're having a Tecno. Please start. It has a camera, it can shoot, it can save those images, and you can still put CapCut on it and edit. The 4th one, stay updated with the current trends and take advancements. Learn the pro cameras. Get an iPhone. You know, there are movies which were shot using phones. iPhone 15, iPhone 16. There are those movies which were used. And imagine what an iPhone 16 can do right now. if you have it, sometimes you may not even want to get a bigger camera. You understand? And also the trends, always when you're on social media, don't just be scrolling. Look at those trending, how are people now producing videos? What are they talking about? Mind about that, and then you'll be updated. So, if there's any question, I'll take it in 1 minute, and then thank you for listening to me. Okay, I'll take questions. I'll be behind there after the session. So if you have any question, you can find me there. I'll ask Elijah to come and
Hi, people. We're going to refresh a bit, I think. Maybe we stand up, stretch 5 minutes, and come back, so that we don't. The content is very important. The sessions are important, but so exactly 5 minutes. Yeah, stretch a bit, walk to the back, to the front. Breathe in, breathe out. Take the bottles to the rubbish area. All the bottles of the bottle are on the tables. Yeah? Don't be too long. Don't be too long though.
English and Luganda. Mbadde nsaba muyimukeko mwenna omulundi ogwokubiri before we sit back. How many of us are influencers? By show of hands. How many of us are content creators? Okay. I need us to do a very simple exercise before we begin. Are we together? Who is with me? So, we're going to divide ourselves up into 3 groups. My session is going to be quite a little bit different, a little bit more engaging. I was seeing people just accepting in the last presentations. You're just accepting everything. So, I'm just going to be pointing at you. You tell 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, like that. Then after, we shall break up into 3 groups, and I tell you what to do next. Is that okay? Is that okay? So I'm starting. The speakers also, you're included. Chiwa. We are splitting into 3 groups. So I point at you, you mention a number, ascending. So let's start again. Echo chenyini. Yes, sir. Ambrose? Jeremiah? 1. The gentleman in black, looking behind. 3. Okay, 1, 1. Next. Next. Yeah, that is why I brought up this exercise. I'm also going to request my speakers here to be part of this team. 1, 2, and 3. So we are all going to split up. 3 here, 2 here, 1 here. Let's do that in 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Guys, it's a simple exercise. Let's split up. 3, you should stay where you are. 2 and 1. As you are splitting up into those 3 groups, I need each group to have a leader. Pick a leader very fast. Pick a leader. Who is done picking a leader? Where is the leader for number 3? Guys, I need you. We are going to work together. Don't be separate from each other. We're going to work together. Please come closer to each other. Who is our leader here? Who is our leader here? Okay. Who is our leader on group 3? Who is our leader in group 2? Here? Okay. Leaders, please come on stage. Come on stage. Leaders, please come on stage. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. So it is your group that is going to just focus you in whatever activity we are going to do. So you have to work together. Are we together? Are we ready? So, task number 1. Which group wants to go first? 3. Group 3. What's your name, sir? Oh, Jesus Christ. So you're going to get us one nursery rhyme like this, and your group will lead, will sing for us. Then we shall choose who has sung best. Are you ready? Prepare your nursery rhymes and prepare to impress your groups. Should we start? Group 3, we go. Is that the best you can do? Is that the best you can do? Guys, stand up if you can. There's a prize. That's all. Group 2. Group 1. Give them another one. You can give them another one. Ideas. Thank you very much. You can go back and sit in your groups as the leaders. We are going to be working in group format moving forward during my presentation. Reason as why I'm doing this is for us to stay engaged, okay? Because we noticed there was a lot of accepting in the last few sessions. So we thought we'd twist it up a little bit. Stay in your groups, keep your leaders, and I'll be telling you how to participate as we continue. My name is Elijah Faizo. I'll explain the Elijah Faizo when we meet privately after this session. I am a software engineer by profession. I graduated 10 years ago, then I gave the degree to my father. Then I told him I am going to do what I love. I'm not telling you to do the same. Me, that is what I decided to do because I wanted to be somewhere else. I specialize in brand strategy and design. We're going to be talking about it very, very much today. And I've been in this industry for about 10 years. I'm going to make 10 years in August. So today my task is simple, extremely simple. After all the previous speakers have spoken, who can remind me? Group 3, who was the previous speaker and what did they talk about? In 2 seconds. Our leader. No. The first, the initial. Yes. What did you talk about? And what did you talk about? Anyone can help in the other group? Yes. Well done, well done. Who was the next speaker after that? Group 1? Yes, Group 2. Timothy and the team. Group 2 needs a gift. Because, after Peter, who came next? Group 3, Group 1? Mr. Baguma, what did you talk about? So, and then the next speaker, who are they and what did they talk about? People were attentive. The next speaker, what did they talk about and who are they? Group 1, Group 3? Then the next speaker after him? Group 1. What did Chijamu Ambrose talk about? Okay, and then the last one? Charles. What did Charles talk about? Did you guys realize that your phone users, you are not experts with your phones in those last 2 sessions? A number of us hold our phones, but we actually don't know that our phones can do some stuff. How many people know that their phones can scan? Let's even go away from creativity. How many know that you can actually use your phone as a remote when you're presenting, especially iPhone users? How many of you know that your phone can take pictures? Of course. Anyway, so my job here today is to get whatever they have talked about and I help you make it look beautiful. Are we together? And by making it look beautiful, I'm going to talk about how we can add graphics, we can add branding, we can add storytelling to everything we have been talking about before. And there are a couple of things that are going to be the same. I'll just be hinting on them a little bit. But before we dive into what we're actually going to talk about, let's have an icebreaker. Are we ready? Still in our teams. In 15 seconds, I need you guys to discuss, get 2 brands that excite you. Discuss within each other and vote within 15 seconds. I'm going to start counting. Look at 2 brands, focus, talk about them and say, we've picked this one and this one. Then I'll present them on the screen and each of us, you will tell us why you have chosen those specific brands. Starting now. Find 2 brands that excite you. When you look at them, you feel so happy. You have 7 seconds. Five seconds. Two seconds. Okay, group 3. Sibo. Sibo. Is it I'm sorry, forgive me. Okay, let's illustrate from Sibo. Why Sibo? Let's listen to each other. Guys, let's listen to each other. Let's listen. Okay. The second, Rolex booth.
We all can't live without eating. And most of the products that come from the Rolex booth, they are very, very, very good for our health and also for our well-being.
Okay.
The name itself, they sell Rolexes, and it's from around here.
Okay. Group 2. Yeah. As group 1 you're preparing, I would like to do something. Yeah, group 1, tell us please. I want to get this gentleman here and I mix him up right here. Group 1, we're listening to your brands. Please, just right here. Please keep him company. He's a handsome man. Group 1. Sorry? Yeah. Why?
Content, and because Amazon is a company that distributes
Do you have an iPhone? It's a genuine question. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Does anyone know what Amazon stands for? Any unique descriptor about it? I was 28 years old when I realized that at Amazon, we deliver items, anything you're looking for from A to Z, we have it so that we bring a smile to your face. Did anyone know that? Yeah, that's what Amazon stands for. So thank you for that. I just need us to keep engaging. It's the best way we're going to get what we want to get from here at the end of the day. So my task here today is to help you understand the power of visual branding and design thinking in digital success. I realized, I noticed that we have quite a number of, I think, content creators and less influencers, right? Content creators, raise your hand. We shall not ask what content you create. Then influencers. Guys, be proud of what you do. Be proud. Be proud. How many content creators do we have? Or after this discussion, you don't feel like you're a content creator anymore? Then influencers. Okay, so let's dive in. So I'm going to be looking at, we're going to examine fundamentals of branding and its best practices. We shall look at, we shall explore how visual branding affects marketing, then design thinking and how it drives digital success for content creators, stroke influencers, stroke anyone who is in the creative space. Let's start with the fundamentals. I thought I would need us to first understand these two things. Group 3. Do you want to go first? We often confuse or don't really understand what these two words or statements mean. We keep on shouting a brand, a brand, a brand, a brand, a brand. We keep on talking about branding, but we actually know what they mean. Without Googling, let's just have an idea. What is branding? By the way you understand it. In your own understanding, what is branding? Group 3? I am not the one to give you a permission. It is your group. Should I just stop here? Group 2, any different idea? But that was good. That was a good one. That was good. Yeah, group 2. For you, what do you think? Wow. Yes, team leader. I think, let me stop here. We've had enough for today. Seems you guys know already what I'm going to talk about. Yeah, anyway, yeah. But that's good also. That's good. That's good. We're on the same page. Yes, group 1. And I think I'm tired of saying group 1, group 2. Can we find names for ourselves? So the next time I choose a group, just mention your name you've decided, then we continue with that name. Yes, group 1. Ladies first. So you're looking like you're not sure of yourself. Yes, anyone else? Uh-huh. Let's clap for group 1. What is Bright Sparks? Uh-huh. Huh? Jaden. And group 1? Eh? Colleagues. Colleagues, Jaden and Bright Sparks. So let's see what a normal layman description is when it comes to these two statements. And by the way, you are all right in a different way, but all the answers, all the responses were valid. So branding is the process where a business makes itself known to the public and differentiates itself from its competitors. Did all of us pass that? I think we did. Then a brand, an intangible marketing concept that helps people recognize and identify a product and at best reach for it instead of its competitors. How many of us get into a certain shop or supermarket and you're going to look for a detergent and you know what detergent to look for? How many of us, when you go to the shop to buy a mobile phone, you have not gone there to look for the best mobile phone, you've gone there to look for a particular brand? What is that? Is that branding or a brand? Someone is saying it's branding. You have walked into a supermarket, you are looking for detergent, and out of the whole aisle with very many detergents, you've gone and looked for one that is in the corner right here. What is that? It's a brand. It's the experience, the emotions, the effect it brings on you that you choose that over any other brand that is amongst them. What was the name of this group? The colleagues. Let's understand the differences between these. Let's spot the differences between these two statements. Let's start with the colleagues. Okay, let me not do it this way. Let me give you 20 seconds for us to understand the differences between a brand and branding. Starting, just discuss among yourselves. Only 20 seconds. And then we shall see what I have, if it correlates with what I'm talking about, what we're talking about. Yes, please. A branding is the process where a business makes itself known to the public and differentiates itself from the competitors. A brand is an intangible marketing concept that helps people recognize and identify a product and its best reach for it instead of its competitors. In 20 seconds starting now, and each of us will have 7 seconds to present by your leader. 15 seconds. 12. 10. 5. 4. 3. 2, 1. Colleagues, do you want to go first? I think Jaden should go first. Jaden, the Jadens, what do you have? Where is our leader? You should be our vice. Yes, vice, please tell us. Let's listen. But now your group is giving different faces, like you didn't decide. You decided. Okay, That's one, Okay. Colleagues? Colleagues? Two differentiators,
Colleagues' answers will come from colleagues. Okay, can you allow me use examples?
Be brief.
A brand, we are going to talk about herbal salt. Herbal salt doesn't market itself. That's a brand that has existed for years, and the public has consumed it. Whoever goes to the market knows I have to get salt. Then branding is a process where you keep advertising. You keep showcasing yourself to the public. Hey, look here, I'm Coca-Cola. I've existed for 130 years, but I'm still here. I'm still branding, I'm still promoting the brand. So that's the difference. Thank you.
Yes. Clap for yourself, colleagues. Bright sparks. Yes, sparks.
Thank you. The branding is a process, whilst brand is a product. Brand is a byproduct of branding, whilst branding is the action taken to achieve the brand.
Thank you.
Sorry. Branding is invisible, while brand is visible. Last but not least, branding, you can come in, pardon?
Branding is
invisible. Whilst the brand is visible, you can clearly see it. Branding, you can communicate it, but brand is what you are. Thank you.
Okay. Like I said, you are all right in a certain perspective, but let's see at what percentage we are all right. A brand is perception. Branding is a process. Did we get that? A brand is customer's impression. When you see an advert and you're like, wow, you don't understand what they are communicating, but just like the ad. And then a branding is a strategy. Then a brand is intangible. And then a brand is, did we get that? Then a brand is relatively static. And branding is dynamic and ongoing. Do we get this statement? Then a brand is customer oriented and branding is company driven, which are efforts. Then a brand is emotional connection, and then branding is strategic communication. Clap for ourselves. Let's clap for ourselves. We're on the right track. I still insist, I think I should stop here, but let me continue. So, now that we've understood branding and a brand, let's now look into the best practices of being a good content creator, best practices of being an influencer, the best practices of doing anything you love to do, but you want people to be inspired by it, to be changed by it, to consume it at a certain extent. The first thing would be authenticity. I'm going to need you to be very attentive because we are going to still work in our groups because we have some exercise ahead. So the first fundamental is authenticity, the core of communication. You need to be genuine when you are communicating as an influencer, as a content creator. What level of being genuine are you at? Audiences respond to honesty. You have to show the true face of your brand. We're going to look at some brands that emulate such kind of touch point. Then you have to avoid artificiality. A number of content creators in the country and worldwide, they live so much on this. And it is always a matter of time till you actually stop being artificial. And the moment you stop, traction will end. So you have to stay clear of whatever you're doing. Being artificial ends up making you overly staged imagery. It can feel distant and untrustworthy over time. I will not mention brands and personal individuals that have really, at some point, they have flourished on this, but when you track back, it never lasts for long. Then you have to share your reality. I brought up these because they are more aligned to content creation and influencing. When it comes to actual brands of these companies, we look around at all over the country, on billboards, on phone, on TV, the direction is a bit different. So I customize it to influencers and content creators. So you have to share your reality. Let your audience see the reality people, the real people and processes behind your brand. We talked about teams with the previous facilitators, collaborating with people. I'm sure you follow quite a number of brands whereby they actually show you how they do what they do. They're in boardrooms, making decisions, coming up with ideas, and you actually get to see how they come up with whatever they come up with. So authenticity is all about being real. It's all about being honest and true to yourself as you are putting out content. Who can give me an example of some companies that are honest, authentic at what they do? Sparks. Any examples of authentic brands that when you look at this brand, you're like, these guys are really authentic? Jaden? Fine Media. Are you trying to make us feel good? But thank you. Colleagues? Ariel, the detergent. Sparks? Tusker. Tusker Light. Okay. Okay, so in general, alcohol products. Okay, let's look at one brand that personally I feel is very authentic with what they do. How many know what this brand is? Are you sure it's Coca-Cola? Hey, but you guys, is this Coca-Cola really? I'm kidding. So personally, I am a fan of Coca-Cola. They inspire me so much as a designer. And I felt I could maybe list down a few things that really make them authentic as a brand. Their historical legacy, they were founded in 1886. And then their consistent branding. Their branding has been consistent for the last almost 8 years. 80? From 1976 to now. How long? It's not 80. How long was that? I'll tell you why. 1976 to now. In 1976, they tried to change their brand with their beverages. You can do some research on it. And in that year, they only sold 3 bottles. Because they changed how they were looking. They thought the audience needed something new after 8 years. And that year, they sold 3 bottles. It's a true story. You can look into it on the internet. can type in the year Coca-Cola sold a few bottles after rebranding. I think they also introduced in Coke Zero, then they had to do away with it. So they have been consistent since then, and they are really good at what they are doing currently. Then the other touch point will be relatability, bridging that gap. How do these brands relate to us when they're communicating to us? How do you want to relate to your audience when you're communicating to them? How do you want them to resonate, to comment, to engage, to create for you leads? All that comes from being relatable. Relatability is when you identify a common ground, create visuals that mirror your audience's life. Then create familiarity. Visuals should feel familiar and recognizable. We're going to look at some brands that do such kind of things. Then under relatability again, we have show shared experiences, focus on universal emotions and situations. I think this is one of the directions Ugandan advertising is taking so much, that they make you experience the usual things so that you are able to relate to what they are talking about. So relatability is very important. How many brands do we know that do things that are relatable? It doesn't have to be advertising, it can be anything. Sparks, any brand that you know that is relatable? Jaden's? Airtel? Colleagues? Hima Cement. What relatable thing is about Hima Cement? Sorry? Who can guess Hima Cement's tagline? Sorry? Part of you from the start. Do you see how that is very relatable in regard to their communication? I looked at Apple. I am a great fan of Apple. Personally, I love its ecosystem. It has about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 products and more that are not here. But one common thing about all these products is they have an ecosystem. You can communicate with any product as long as you are signed into it. Me, that is the best thing I like about Apple products. I can have my watch, I can communicate to my phone, my computer, and anything else Apple that I own. They focus so much on user stories. Any of you who has seen their adverts, especially, when not their adverts, when they're introducing new products, when they're introducing new products every year, they do it twice a year, they bring out examples of people using their products in real life. Of course, sometimes it's acted out, but it's real. If they're advertising a new feature on the watch, maybe running, they will show you someone actually using the phone, the watch when they are running, what the watch actually does. Then they have emphasis on creative expressions. Apple positions its products as tools for creativity. Today we can use iPads for designing. Today you can use your phone for actually designing, and you don't touch your computer at all. Or the other element I like about it, I can do some work on my iPad, then I continue that same work on my Mac. That is how they have also influenced on creative expression. Then they have simplification of technology. I still don't know why people say Apple is hard to use. How many think Apple products are hard to use? Don't worry, no one is going to. Just be honest. I'll not ask why, but personally, I find them the easiest products to use. Things are obvious. It's touch and play. Pick and play, scroll, everything is just right there. Then they have very much emotional storytelling. Apple's advertisements often evoke emotions, focusing on the feelings and experiences associated with using their products. Let's look at another touch point. Another touch point is emotional connection. leaving all this out, in your own words, what do you understand by emotional connection? Sparks. Touching hearts. Uh-huh. Jaden. Okay, then colleagues? Attachment to a particular experience. Do you have an attachment to any experience you've ever been through? That when you did something and you're like, I don't want to do this again. How many of you have gone bungee jumping? Would you want to go back? How many of us have done skydiving? What was the feeling, Timothy? Would you like to go back? So emotional connection is when, but sparks, touching hearts. Yeah, it's when you evoke feelings, but when it comes to design and branding, we evoke feelings by use of color. We use color, we use copy. In design, in creative, we call wording copy. So colors mean different things. What does blue mean? Anyone can guess? Yes, Jaden. It's a cold color. Sparks? Serenity. Colleagues, yes? Huh? Blue means boys. So when you look at color pink, what comes to your mind? What else? Girls, chicks, same thing. Soft. So that is the purpose of color when it comes to creation. Creating different colors mean different things. And okay. So colors are very important. Wording is very important in evoking feelings. Then emotional connections also creates heartfelt stories. Memorable stories connect on a deeper level. Then it also creates resonance. It taps into universal emotions to impact. When you look at October, the month of October, it's when they celebrate. It's what? Halloween, you people. It's Halloween in October. It's International Cancer something. Why do they use pink? Let me continue. That is homework. Any brands we know that have used emotional connection in their advertising or in their communication? MTN, Geisha, Last and Last Like a Mother's Love, Royco, Apple. So let me show you what I thought. Yeah, MTN, I used the sample of MTN. I think we've all seen these ads. Who remembers Senchu? And Senchu is actually still running up to now, but silently. I'm sure many of you, when you run out of airtime or data, you run to your Senchu points and buy some, right? Then we have, who is this one? You remember Bosco? They brought Bosco at a perfect time. It was COVID. Everyone was on screen. Their advertising and communication has cultural relevance. I love the way they localize their advertising. When you watch MTN ads of South Africa, they're different. You won't even be engaged. Why? You're not the target audience. Then they focus on connection so much. You may not get the advert immediately, but you will have that emotional connection. There's a particular advert they were using jerry cans. What? Jerry can. I'll be honest with you, I have never understood that advert, but the fact that the song and the whole bringing people together and singing was so cool. Later on, I still never understood what the advert was about. But that is what I mean by emotional connection. Consistency. Consistency is very, very important. And it helps you be disciplined when you are creating work or creating content. Consistency can be color, it can be typography, it can be imagery. We have what they call brand guides. And you as a content creator or influencer, it doesn't stop you from having a particular brand guide that says, I use such a font when I'm designing my work. I use such images when I'm creating my photography. Ambrose talked about it. I use such kind of colors because they evoke feelings, they evoke emotions, and all those other things we have looked at. Who knows any brand that has been consistent in their communication? Sparks? Always. Who knows always tagline? It can be a guy. There's no problem you knowing. Yeah, you're saying? It is not all their confidence. Huh? Stay happy always. I also don't know, by the way. Who knows that logo? Do you think they have been consistent at what they are doing? Who knows this car? Huh? Jaden's. It's a Vitiz. During campus time, we had a couple of, I had a couple of friends who would sit in this car and we put 20K. We go to Ginger and back. And on Monday, we also go to class. That is how they are good at what they are doing. I love Toyota because I used it because they have been very, very reliable and durable over the years. There's a common saying that goes, a Toyota part, you can pick it from anywhere on the street. What works on not a Forester, what works on a Vitz will work on a Carina, will work on this. Okay, apart from a few aerodynamic kind of things, but it is very reliable and durable. Then they have quality. They have put quality and safety at their forefront. And lately they're investing so much in safety as well. But their products have really been of good quality. Then you have to leverage visuals, the right medium. By visuals, what do we mean? We mean photography, we mean design, we mean video, we mean photography, we mean infographics. Infographics is part of design. You need to incorporate all these things when you're creating your content. Use a range of visuals to enhance your brand. Photography, videos, and infographics help tell better stories. I love the government of Uganda at this. If you say that you don't understand the government's communication, you just don't want to understand it. They are always direct. They are always on point with their communication because they use a lot of infographics with images. When it comes to visual storytelling, these are the three takeaways you need to have. You need to be authentic, you need to be consistent, and your work has to be purposeful. You always have to have the end in mind. When you are creating a certain kind of content for yourself or for a client, you need to understand the end in mind. So it has to fit a certain purpose. That's why you have these conversations with clients. What do you want to achieve? How do you want to achieve it? At the end of the day, do you want people to buy or do you want people to ask questions? So there has to be a purpose and a baseline out of what you are doing. Pardon me, I am going a little bit fast. The MC has whispered to me. So let's just peruse through very, very fast, but still engaging each other. So let's look at graphic design practices for digital platforms. As digital content creators, what are the basic graphic design practices that you need to put into place? Lately, you don't have to be a designer to do good work. And I'm going to give you an example of some people that you may know who have been so good at it, but they are not actually designers. Graphic design best practices for digital platforms. We are in a world that is mobile. You have to put mobile first when you are creating content. People no longer, okay, we use computers, but it's more effective, it's more relatable when you are actually using a phone. Personally, as a designer, I am so much against putting a QR code on a piece of artwork that someone is going to use a phone to look at, because people are so much away from scanning. Someone wants to just tap, they go to where they want to go. Then you have to have consistent color schemes so that when someone looks at your work, they know this is someone from the Jayden team, or this is someone from colleagues, or this is someone from Sparks, because they know your touch at the end of the day, that even if they close up your logo or your identifier, they will still know this is Jayden who has posted this. Then quality imagery. Ambrose talked about it. Images are worth 1,000 words. There are some brands that just use more of images, 90% image and 10% copy. Why? They have mastered it, they have invested in it, and it's very, very important. Many of us look at memes all the time. Most of the memes have less wording. Correct me if I'm wrong. Most of them are visual, but you can actually relate and understand what they are talking about. Case study. Do we know unpopular opinion? Any of us knows unpopular opinion? Kama, by show of hands. So these ladies, I do work for them. They came to me saying, we need to be authentic. We need to create a brand. We need to be at a place whereby we are consistent. However, we do not have money to sustain us for you to do for us work all the time. So they told me, create for us something that we're going to keep on playing with all the time. So that at the end of the day, we stay consistent, we stay vibrant, we stay relatable, the things I've been mentioning, we still have an emotional connection with the people we reach out to. So we came up with a logo. This is their umbrella organization, Kama Digital Content Hub. They do training, they do digital marketing, but they have a flagship brand called Unpopular Opinion. It happens, I think, every month. So they wanted to continue doing their stuff without me. So what we did, we came up with a playbook. Whatever they are doing has to be mobile first. Whatever we're doing has to be mobile first. Whatever we're doing has to be consistent. Whatever we're doing has to be readable, has to have readable typography. Among these four things, is there anything that has not been that is not visible here? If you talk about mobile first, if you are to go to their Instagram right now, you'll be able to see this properly without zooming in or zooming out. Consistent colors. When you go through their work, there's some consistency in colors, and they use all their colors. Readable typography. I'm sure you can read some of these words from whatever distance you are, though they were made for mobile. So don't blame yourself for not being able to read them from afar. They are meant for mobile. Then quality imagery. This is what they invest in all the time. I think it's the only thing they invest in all the time. They're always taking pictures. Whoever they're going to host, they have an arrangement with a photographer. You're going to take a picture of the person you're going to host. So they decided to invest more in photography because it tells a lot more than anything else. So that is the case study I thought would be good. You should check them out. They really have very good content. They're so much in DIY, but they do it so perfectly. Then lastly, because of time, allow me not to indulge in design thinking. Am I allowed? But let me just leave you with just a few bonus tips on how to be good content creators and influencers or creatives as a whole. Be organized. Do we know what being organized is? For the past 25 years, I have been blamed for being so much detailed, so much organized, I'm so systematic, but I am never apologetic for it. Because it turned from my weakness of being disorganized, it became a strength. Because there's some things I couldn't do because I wasn't organized. You need to be an organized person. How many of us here do this for the money? How many of us do it because I love what I'm doing? How many do both? So be organized, have a plan, or whoever you on whatever you are doing. Treat every task as a project. Personally, I treat every task I am given as a project. I don't know if you guys know McKinsey. McKinsey is a strategy and business development company. They have their 7 S's, but I'll focus on only 4. 7 S's, their 7S model. When you're coming up with something, treat it as a project. Have a structure of that project, have a system, have a skilled team. You people are known, creatives are known for working alone. It is very, very dangerous because you want to do everything and take all the money. That's not how it works lately. Work as a team. You cannot be a photographer, a videographer, a designer. Work as a team. When a client sees that you are more than one, there is value in that. They know that I'm giving with this work to someone who knows value, who understands teamwork, who is collaborative, and they are actually going to deliver. And lastly, under the 7 model, I focused on only 4. Shared value. As you are planning out your project, understand what value everyone is going to have in this. The person you're collaborating with, your client. Some of us are so self-centered. You want to do your work, you move. When the client is done, when you're done, you want to demand for your money. But is what you are doing helping the client? You need to also ask yourself that question. Then use tools to simplify work. How many of us here use online tools to do work? Which online tool do you use? Any? Mention one. Canva, what does it do? Jaden? Canva? Mention something else. It can't only be Canva. Photoshop? Sparks? ChatGPT. What do you use it for? Generating captions and blogs. Traditionally, it's a research software, but of course it does other things. So use tools, task management tools, design tools, accounting. If you want to get somewhere, you need to be serious at what you're doing. Otherwise, you stay at mediocre when it comes to your area of work. You'll just be waking up in the morning, go put up a post, go back to bed, you get your mobile money, and you live your life like that, which is not a bad thing. But in the area of work we are in, you need to be exceptionally different with everyone else. You need to have something you do well. Personally, I use Google Workspace. It works for me so well. It has a lot of apps. It has Calendar. I don't use Calendar. It has Google Drive for storing work. It has Meet. It has Google Sheets, Google Docs. Wherever I am, I can access my documents. Google Sheets for Excel. It has slides. This slide is in Google Slides. I use Google Slides for this. Then it has forms. It has a Notes app. These were, I think one of these was taken away, plus the chart. Then as a designer, I use this a lot. Professionally, if you want to go pro, that's when you come into the Adobe Creative Suite. Some of us call it Adobe, others call it Adobe, depending on the primary school. Then Canva. Personally, I don't use Canva for design, but I use it for resources and layouts. So use tools to simplify your work. Then read and research and stay up to date. Again, creatives, we are not so good at this. You want to stay in your own cocoon, do your own stuff, and at the end of the day, you think you're doing good things, but until you actually get a project that will humble you is when you realize that you actually don't know shit. Pardon the language. This industry that we are in can humble you, and it's until that you are humbled, that's when you actually turn out to be a better person. So create mood boards. Create mood boards of your work. You don't have to be a designer. Just create mood boards of things that make you feel good every time you look at them, things that can inspire you. When you have brain freezes, creative blocks, put together things. I put some things together. This is my mood board on all my devices. I look at this mood board when I am out of ideas. And I just put together stuff, and then a client is like, and then Timothy is like, wow, I've reported myself. This is when I have a block, I just get to this mood board. It has any element that I would need to get an idea from. Then be on creative groups. I took a screenshot from one of the groups I'm in. We don't speak much, but when we find something creative on the internet, take a screenshot, put it in that group. Then conversation starts from there, just like that. Then download documents to guide you on being better. Does any of us read? Do we read? When you are picked right now and they tell you to have a basis of your discussion, whatever you're arguing about, are you able to refer to something that in 1990 this one said this? In an article I read here, this one said that. You saw what Adonai was doing. All his communication, all his presentation was based on facts. And that's what makes you an exceptional creative. You need to base on facts when you are doing your stuff, that I'm doing this because this and this happened. Timon knows that I'm not the kind who will do work and I hand over and then he tells me, okay, I don't like this. I'll tell him, yes, you don't like it, but this is where I came from. So you have to have a stand on whatever you are doing, then follow and have inspiration from people who are better in the industry. If I'm to just pick randomly someone here, can you tell me anyone who inspires you? Let me see. This gentleman, do you have anyone who inspires you when it comes to what you're doing? That when I look at this person's things, or when I read this kind of article, or when I follow their pages, there is a difference that it creates that I borrow from? Who? Your dad. He's a content creator. Yeah, his dad, it's a good thing. Personally, my mother inspires me. She passed on 19 years ago, but I'm still inspired by her. Anyone else? Jaden's. Do you have someone you look at, you follow for inspiration when you're doing your work? Yes? Is it on Instagram, LinkedIn? Sorry? On Facebook. FB is Facebook, right? Yeah. Sparks, anyone you can mention that inspires you? Yes. And what? And personally, I follow this guy. I think we know him mostly. I listen to ideas that matter. I think my mind is coming here. Let's focus with it briefly. Yeah, so personally, I follow Musi, Ideas That Matter. It's a very, very nice podcast, but it just generalizes life, how to do life in different ways. That is good, that is inspirational, that is guiding. Then there is an organization called PPW.
Mr. Faizo, thank you very much. We have two presenters that have not. No, just listen to me briefly. We have two presenters that have not presented yet, and the chief guest is here. I'm just kindly requesting you to either share your slides. Yeah, you've presented for an hour.
Just kindly share your slides with the team, or just probably just wrap up in the next 30 seconds. The room is required for another activity.
All right. Then the last thing, be different, have an idea about everything in your industry, have a signature in your work. When someone looks at your work, they need to know that this is Jaden. These are the Jadens working. Then, lastly, this is a quote that has driven whatever I do over the years. The only way to do great work is to love what you do. This is the field you chose. This is the profession you are doing. And it is only and only when you start loving, it is when you start eating from it. It is when you start collaborating with people from it. It is when you start actually going places. Only and only when you love what you are doing. It starts with acceptance, then embrace what you are doing, be a badass about it. Personally, I chose to do branding. I don't want to do anything else. I have focused on it for the last 10 years, and it has really yielded fruit. Then be functional and a team player. When people are having conversation, join in the conversation. When we're having meetings, I love what Timothy does. He will force you to be part of the conversation. Yes, Jaden, any parting shots? Colleagues, anything you have to say? Like, he makes you be part of what is being done. Then be confident. They have been asking you guys to raise up your hands to do this, raise up your hand to do that, and we are all here. How are you going to convince someone? Talk about yourself. Then collaborate. We are so selfish as creators. There's a saying, as our way. Collaboration is very, very important. And the reason as why these advertising agencies are flourishing so much, you find like an ad like MTN's adverts. There are like 4 agencies that do that work. There is CBWA, the creative agency, there is Swans, the visual, and sometimes it's Squad A that does the sound. That's collaboration. But we've been this kakuno, let me do this, I don't want to associate because it's still what I'm doing. So with those few very many words, I would like to thank you for being a great team, and I hope I've delivered something. Thank you. If you have any questions, I don't know if my MC can allow, but this is, it can be available to us, I think. We wish you. Thank you very much, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, Engineer Faizo. Thank you so much. And like Jotham was telling you, we still have 2 presentations. And our chief guest is here, Superintendent of Police, Samson Kasasara. You're most welcome. Thank you for making it here. Right away, we are going to go to our next presenter, who is none other than Madam Cassandra Chisoro, to take us through the digital economy, digital marketing, and the law. But my request is that sometimes we judge the ground as we find it. Sometimes when you find, because now it's coming to 6, you may have prepared a lot of work, very good work. But when time catches up with you, what do you do? Sometimes you do what you find is doable. So I think we also started a bit late, but this one was the most important. Not the most important, but it was very important. The content creation was one of the most important item on our agenda. We had thought maybe 2 hours would work. They have used 4 hours. And every presenter was telling us, I'm going to do chap, but yeah, we are Africans. Hopefully, in the next 30 minutes, we should be getting out of here. So, Madam Council Cassandra, you have 15 minutes. Nelly, sorry? You will send the slides? Okay. Thank you. But you will say something. Just, you will say something. Then, Kasasara is a trained personnel, is a trained officer. For him, I will give him only less than 5 minutes, even if he's the chief guest. 4. Yeah, he's saying 4 minutes are enough for him. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Cassandra. I'm going to just speed through this, just to give you guys a brief background as to who I am. I'm a content creator, marketing strategist with a background in law. Though I don't practice in the traditional sense, law intersects in a lot of the things that we do. So just wanted to give you guys a rundown of the ways in which it intersects with content creation. Okay, so firstly, it's just we need to understand that can you understand me? Okay, perfect. Are you picking? Yeah, are you picking? Okay. So first, we have to understand that we have rights in the digital space when we operate. So essentially, digital rights just allows individuals to access, to use, to create, and to publish digital media, as well as use electronic devices and telecommunication networks. So as a content creator, you do have legal rights, including the right to control how your work is distributed, monetized, and modified. So just to go over a few key rights that you have in Uganda, you have the right to freedom of expression. However, it's not an absolute right. It has its limitations, so you cannot use it to incite violence, for hate speech, and to infringe on the rights of other people. You have the right to privacy, and you have the right to identity. So if anybody steals your information or identity theft, you are protected. And these are just some of the statutes to make reference to. And in Uganda, the UCC is the governing body that regulates digital content and online business practices in Uganda. Okay, so as a content creator, hopefully your aim is to monetize, and you will be dealing with contracts with brands and companies. So just wanted to go over a few key elements that you should look out for when you receive a contract, and just know that you are able to negotiate some of these terms. So firstly, an element to look out for is scope of work. So this will clearly define the content or the service that you are delivering for a brand. Another word would be deliverables. Another element is payment terms. Essentially, this just specifies the amount, the payment method, and any due dates that you have to adhere to when you are delivering content. Another important element is intellectual property. We'll get into that shortly, but essentially, you want to look out for a paragraph that will state who retains the right to the content after it's created. Do you retain the rights, or are you transferring all your rights to the brand? Another one is the termination clause, and this will outline the conditions under which the contract can actually be ended. An important thing to look out for. And finally, exclusivity. This just means, are you allowed to work with competing brands while you are in partnership with the brand that has sent you the contract? Okay, just to highlight a few types of contracts to look out for, the ones that I've come across. So you have, number one, sponsored content. I'm sure you've seen this on Instagram a lot. Like, for example, when an influencer works with UBL and they're promoting Tanqueray or Bailey's. So essentially, you're creating content for the brand, but you're posting it on your page. So they'll pay you to post, like, say you're working with Tanqueray and you're creating a photo or a reel promoting the brand. They pay you for that. And usually you retain the ownership to that content. Another type is work to hire. And this is when a company will hire you to create content for their brand, but they retain all the rights. So you just work for them, they pay you, and then the partnership is done. So you have no rights usually in these types of contracts. Another common one is UGC. I think we've heard of UGC, most of us, user-generated content. This is usually when a brand will reach out to you and they want you to create content for their brand, but you don't post on your socials. So you send them the content, they post on their page, and then they will pay you, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. So essentially in these types of contracts, what you want to look out for are usage duration and usage type. So for example, this is a company that reached out to me and they asked me to create one Instagram reel for them, and the paid usage was 30 days. So the content would only feature on their page for 30 days and then it would expire. They would delete it. So usually you would give them a rate based on how long they want to actually run the campaign for. So it can be 30 days, 6 months, a year. And in these cases, you can negotiate the ownership rights. Sorry, I'm just speeding through. Okay, another important consideration is intellectual property. So someone earlier had asked about copyright. So we're gonna be talking about the legal copyright, not the one that we spoke about previously. So essentially, IP is just a category of property that includes intangible creations of human intellect. So whenever you have an idea and you manifest it, through music, video, photos, a blog, that is usually protected by intellectual property. So 3 common types. We have copyright, which protects things like videos, photos, blogs, music, and it's governed by the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act. Then we have trademarks, which protects brand identity like names, logos, taglines. So for example, I can't ever use the Apple logo for anything because it's been heavily trademarked. Then we have patents, which often protects inventions and unique processes. So if you come up with like software or an AI algorithm, you can protect that with a patent. And in order to register these things, you would go to the URSB, and this essentially just gives you more protection over your content. Or you can also use watermarks. If you're a photographer or a videographer, you just add like your watermark in the corner, and that way you can track any stolen content. Okay, I had some examples here of just what copyright looks like, a copyright claim looks like on YouTube, because I do YouTube content. So for example, when you have a section with B-roll and you want to add music on top of it, you have to make sure that it's royalty-free music. I think it was mentioned previously. This basically just means that you cannot use any music you want. It cannot be music that is protected by copyright. So if you want to use a Burna Boy song, that song is protected by copyright, so you can't have that in your video. Otherwise, it will come up as a, does it show on my screen? No. I really wanted to show you what it looks like, but YouTube will flag it as a copyright claim, and then it will tell you what song you've used that is copyright, and then it will often give you the options of either you can remove the song or you can keep it, but you can't make any money off of the video. It can't be monetized because any money that's made will go to the copyright owner, if that makes sense. So in this case, the content owner is Universal Music Group. So if I wanted, I could keep the song in the video, but any money that's made from it goes to them, not to me. Does that make sense? Okay. Some things to know. So there's a thing called fair use, which essentially just allows very limited use of copyrighted content only for purposes like education, commentary, and criticism. So you can use it in very limited instances, but it has to fall under education, commentary, or criticism. So one of my copyright claims, I was just doing karaoke. That's not really educational. So that wouldn't count as fair use. And trademark, for example, if I'm vlogging something and my laptop with the Apple logo shows, As long as I'm not implying that I've been endorsed by Apple, it's okay, if that makes sense. Like in a referential context, it's fine. Does that make sense? So like as long as it's just, you see it quickly, or you're just seeing it in a very normal case, where it's not like Apple has hired me for product placement, it's okay for it to feature, or my phone, or an Apple Watch. Hope that makes sense. And then another way to bypass copyright is, one of the speakers had mentioned Shutterstock earlier. So you can actually obtain a license from different websites to use copyright-free music. So for example, for me on YouTube, to avoid any copyright claims, I use a website called Epidemic Sound. And essentially, I paid for a subscription for a year, and it allows me to use any song on the platform for free, but only for YouTube, not for Instagram, not for TikTok. So if you wanted to obtain a license for all 3 platforms, you would pay more. Hopefully that makes a bit of sense, but there's ways to bypass claims. You just have to pay for it. Okay, wrapping up shortly, just a few legal pitfalls that I wanted to go over with you guys that we can make when we're advertising. Number 1, seems pretty obvious. You always want to ensure that the claims that you are making are truthful and that they're backed by facts. So always make sure that you're doing your due diligence when you're talking about a product or anything at all. And then failure to disclose paid partnerships. So if UBL is sponsoring you and is asking you to make a post on Instagram featuring Tanqueray, you have to use hashtags like ad or sponsored, just for ethical reasons. And then another one is breach of contract. So failing to meet any contractual obligations can lead to financial penalties. So if a brand is asking you, can you create 3 Instagram reels, 24 stories, and a YouTube video, and you say yes, but you're unable to do so, they can sue you for breach of contract. So you just want to make sure that you understand what is being asked of you, and you don't take on too much if you can't actually deliver. And then exclusivity, we had spoken about it. So if, for example, you don't read the contract and they say, while you are working with us, let's say it's Coke. Coke is telling you for 6 months, you cannot work with Fanta, with Pepsi, with any other competing brand. That can hurt your pockets, right? So you just want to make sure that you read everything and you negotiate the terms accordingly so you can continue to work. And finally, just some privacy, data protection, and compliance considerations in digital marketing. So businesses, marketers, and content creators must obtain user consent when you're collecting personal information from people. So whether it's emails, phone numbers, analytics, you always need consent. Otherwise, you can be pursued legally for that. So for example, when you send marketing emails without permission, that can be a spam violation. So you know when you go on a website and then it always asks you for your information and then it asks you, like, you have to tick this box, and if you tick it, they can now send you email marketing. If you don't have that and you send someone emails, you can be at fault if you haven't asked them for their consent. So basically everything is consent-based. Or if you go on a website, so someone goes on your website and you haven't asked them to accept cookies and you're tracking their information, that is also a privacy violation. And then finally, let me just run through this quickly. Another way is, you know when you have, say you've accepted emails from a brand or a company, and then you decide, I no longer want to receive emails from them. When you scroll down, you always have to give them an option to opt out. You see, like at the bottom, you'll see unsubscribe. You always have to give them the option to no longer receive emails from you, just to remain compliant. And finally, just ways to build a strong brand that we've already spoken about, in my opinion: consistency, authenticity, diversifying your revenue streams. So working with different brands, being on different platforms, things like that, maintaining professionalism and consent. And finally, just making sure that you are considerate of your brand reputation when you are working, like being consistent and just making sure that you maintain your core values as a brand or as a company. Very quickly, that is all from me. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Councillor Cassandra. Thank you for keeping it brief. I am very sure half of you did not, half of you understood. Because if I say half of you did not understand, it would be very bad. Half of you understood, not so? Yeah. Creators, content creator in Imbarara here, we had an MC who was a woman impeached Ruhura. So she was thanking the president for the law against homosexuality. So she said, Your Excellency, thank you so much. You have helped us on this vice versa of homosexuality. So the president said, why is the Ankore with English? What is the problem here? So before our guest of honor closes this engagement, we would request Annette Kezabu, Dr. Annette, to come. She said she's not going to present. She will provide you with the slides of her presentation. But driving all the way from Uganda Christian University, and she goes back without saying a word would be unfair. Please, Madam Annette, you can talk to us and also tell us how you will share your slides with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wana MC. Yes, I was ready to present, and what I was going to present actually was almost what wrapped up everything, but I'm going to send the slides, no worries. I look at your faces and I see that you are tired, but I just want to make 3 announcements. Announcement number 1, of course, this concern where I work and what I do. As you've heard, I head postgraduate studies and research at Journalism, Media and Communication at Uganda Christian University. So, for those who want to do their masters, we are thinking about something. We are in liaison with, I also do work with National Council of Higher Education. We are in liaison with them, particularly about influencers. We don't know where to place them in terms of communication, and we cannot call them advertisers. So in other words, just know that us in academia are looking for a nice box, because you've heard about Igale, you can be liable. Then I also, the third thing is that I also chair the National Pornography Control Committee. So I've had somebody speaking here and saying, you can actually look for content in any way. That made me think about nudes and that leak and everything. And I just kept quiet. Please, think ethically. Think ethically. Because there are things, there are universal values that are accepted. He will tell you that if you go beyond this, I will arrest you. So in other words, I like that the lawyer is one who has wrapped up, because legally, you must know that you are liable. There is this comfort zone which we put ourselves in as creators, and we think, no, there is no law, I can just create whatever I want. What if it's not honest? What if it's not, fitting in the universal values? But I know that people are coming here for aerobics. I don't want to take any more time. I want to thank you for coming. I thank you for your consistency. Our students can't stand 3 hours. They will move out. But you guys have sat here. I'm so impressed. So I definitely, if you have something else, I will definitely come back, and then you will now see me speaking in my capacity as, on influence or in anything that you want me to speak about. But I'm very happy to have been a participant. I sat down and took down everything, and I'm very glad. Okay, so keep well, God bless you, and at this moment, can I take the honor to invite the guest of honor to come and close this very important meeting of influencers and content creators? Thank you very much.
Protocol observed. I am very glad that I am here with someone that works with an institution that I studied with, Uganda Christian University. So I did my mass communication from there. I graduated from there. Yeah. So, but I didn't see you there. Probably you came later. Yeah. So I'm really glad to be here. I have seen faces that I've been seeing on before it was TikTok, now it is X. One of them is this lady here. I've been seeing her. Yeah, so not in a bad way really. So don't think it's in a bad way. No, it's not in a bad way. Yeah, but regardless of everything, you know, the world has become, we are fixated. Like everything is, you don't know. Even when you're doing farming, you don't know. Even when you're doing business, you do not know what the outcome is. So everyone is running to the best option to bring him something in their pocket. So we are fixated and you're fixed literally. So anyway, my English, wow. Anyway, yeah, okay, the fixation is really tight. Yeah? Okay, that was the right word. The fixation is really tight. But above that, then comes the law. The reason why I was brought here to close as a guest of honor, I'm a very small man. I am just a public relations officer of this region where you are. But the problem with what we have with social media and everything else is not respecting the rights of other people. And what is very important in life, what happens to you can happen to me, can happen to anyone else. So in any way that you're doing anything or you're creating content, let it be respectful. Respect people. I know my lecturer was, okay, you see your staff was talking about adult and what. I know it is illegal. Anyway, prostitution is illegal in Uganda. But we know there are people who are doing it. But even when you're doing it, know it is illegal. And I know I've seen a few pages of, there's a page called OnlyFriends. It's called OnlyFriends? OnlyFans. And people do all sorts of things. Anyway, I'm not on it. I am not on it. Yeah, but once in a while when you're on X, I'm not really a big fan of social media. I'm not really. I like socializing with people, meeting, talking. I love talking a lot, especially if I don't know you, I will not talk to you. But when we meet and sit, I will talk. But on social media, I am a bit silent, though I monitor. That's how I got to know some of the people that are on X, even before it became, on Twitter, before it became X. But the most important thing I would like to advise you is be respectful. Recently, a friend of mine lost a daughter. I think all of you know. If I mentioned her name, you would know. The late Martha. She's actually from here in Barara. Her father is my friend, and literally, social media went ablaze. If I did something wrong, yeah, it is okay. We all wrong. As long as I've not wronged in the wrong way. There is wronging in the wrong way, and then there is breaking the law. There are people that make mistakes, but those mistakes, that's why you see when you go to church and you get saved, they tell you you've been washed of all your sins. And you're clean, regardless of everything you did. Now, that is a mindset. And that is one thing I want to tell you today, is that we need to change our mindsets to what we want to do, where we are headed. Because if you all know, probably most of you are young. I'm older than you. I'm almost 40 years. But for those that know, you know that you've heard the story of Rwanda. Rwanda's story, the genocide, was sparked off by a bad communication from a media house, and a main channel media house, not even social media. But you, as content creators, what you have to understand is that everything that you do has an impact. Even though you may not cross with the law, you're going to break a family, you're going to psychologically break a kid who will never be the same again. You as yourself, actually you're psychologically breaking down, because you're dead, because you don't care about anything. And if anything ever happens to you, they're going to tell you, hey, we found Samson hanging. You can imagine by the time someone hangs from the window there, because we have had cases of suicide where someone hangs themselves from what? From a window. And it's not so high. So you can imagine, if you're going to create content, let it be of purpose. Let it be of reason, that it is doing something to help people, or it is marketing a product that is going to help people. But once you are engaged in negative content, one day people are going to kill themselves. I have been on X, and there's, of course, you know, with politics, I'm a police officer, but I'm also a Ugandan. But I've been watching on X, where people start, there's NRM, there's NUP, there's FDC, there's PPP, but guys are labeling people. So-and-so's family lives here. So-and-so is married to who? But you see, what I do is not connected to my partner. Or what my partner does is really not me. So we need to understand and configure and fix in our heads that what we are doing really matters. I'm not going to say that it does not matter. It matters a lot. There are people who are sad and need to laugh. And you create that content and people will laugh. There are people who don't even know how to look after themselves. You're going to create content probably of a jelly, of a lotion, that one day will make them look good and they will love themselves. But if you're purposely driven by hate or controversy, please, okay, I am not begging, but I am telling you, the law will catch up with you. And it may not be easy. At the end of the day, yes, your friends will go on social media, they will do what, but the fact is one. The law is the law, regardless. I've seen people, most times, people comment about what enforcement has done. But you don't know what is in the background. So we need to be mindful of what we say, what we do, and what we release out. Equally, me as a person, yeah, I can talk. I'll be like, my lecturer there, I know her. By the way, I would say something about her. But that is in the background, not online. Now, when you put it online, it becomes official. Samson Kasasra said, my lecturer did this when I was at university. So it is different. But at the end of the day, where are you headed? Because she's going to sue me for defamation. That is one. Two, computer misuse. I am misusing the social media according to the act. And I will probably, when I lose the case, I'll be sentenced and I will go to prison. Time wasted is there. But why would you wait for time wasted? So let's use our time as youth. I'm not as old. I was saying I'm almost 40. Yeah, but anyway, I'm almost 40. But I'm still, okay, am I in the bracket of youth? No, I am not. But I am almost 40. But actually, I mix with the youth equally. So we need to use our time responsibly in everything that we do. And be mindful that what you do is going to have an impact on your kid, on your sibling, on your wife or your husband. Recently, I was in, this week, actually not far from here, we're in a training of human rights, basically focusing on issues of respecting the rights of minorities, the differently abled, women, children, the elderly. But of course, they forgot one thing, the men. Even men are also minorities, they're also vulnerable. Although they don't want to, no one wants to care. But we are fine, we will handle. But while we were in that training, though I kept on mentioning the issue of men, that men are vulnerable. Even when they don't talk, in their silence, they are vulnerable. But then, even when they talk or they act, when they act, now they become what? Perpetuators or suspects on the people probably that have wronged them. Then it comes to the side of the victims. The victim receives a lot of pain because of the person who has probably inflicted it on them. But then, even when you come to police, especially we have a unit called Child and Family Protection Unit, where we handle issues of family, regardless of any sort of anything, what has happened in a family. When they come to a desk at police, we refer them where? To the Child and Family Protection Unit, especially when it involves the family. Now, when you reach there, it is reconciliation. Because already these people know each other. they have been living together. You, who is there as a person who is supposed to help them understand each other, you do not know them. I have a case in scenario when I was working in Masulita. That is in Wakiso, Kachiri. It's a village. Probably some of you don't even know it. One day I'm on night duty. A woman comes crying, clothes torn. She's saying, "Omusajja abadde anzise. Anzise, angobye mu nju, akoze eki?" I'm like, okay. And the woman insists, "Mumusibe." So, yeah, we move. So we go up to her place. It was they were rented premises, one-room premises. So when we reach there, we get them. The man was he wasn't violent, he wasn't in any way disturbing us. We move with the man. The man dresses up, we move to the police. We reach police, entry, everything, charge, everything is done. Woman makes a statement, the man enters. The woman left the police station in less than an hour. The woman came back and said, "Afande, badde nkusaba omusajja wange mumpe. Mumpe." I was like, ate gugambye tugende tumukime. Akukubi, akukoze bubi. We had even given her forms to go to the hospital the following day. The woman said, ebyamaka byamaka. So, life is complex. And what we do increases to make it more complicated, regardless of who we are. It doesn't matter, you as an individual, how you treat yourself. But you have to be mindful. You're not going to do an adult thing and put it on a public what? Yeah, those who want to follow you will follow you. Those who don't want to follow you will not follow you. But we have to be mindful in everything that we do. And also in your mind, regardless of whether you're not probably on the mainstream employment area, you're making your money offline, but just know you're Ugandan. And you're a citizen of Uganda, you're a human being, you're part of the world. So you're making this world be. But once you forget that, then you're offline, regardless. There are people that are offline, regardless of whether they post anything, okay, yeah, for being relevant. But it doesn't make sense. Everyone is going to know you're a psycho. So, my pledge to you today is, let's stick to the line of work. Let's know you have your market, you have your target, you have a brand that you're selling, because equally, regardless of whether I'm a police officer, as I told you, I am I studied at Uganda Christian University. I studied mass communication and majored in public relations. I know their targets always. So, what are your targets? It's not about everyone. You can never please everyone. Get your strategy, do it right, and you will get the market. Not everyone is everywhere. I will not say that we have a comedian called Kachina in Barar. But do you think he would make it in Kampala? Probably not. Will he be the superpower here in Barara? Probably not. But he's there. I am here. I do PR for police in Barara. I might be very effective here in Mbarara because I can speak the language that people understand. If they brought Afando Nyango here, probably people would not understand. What is important is sending a message that is effective. You're selling electronics. And very many people, we have had cases, many, of people who go through social media and people have been robbed. The other day, a colleague of mine was calling me from Ginger and asking me about an organization that I didn't even know of. It is in Mbarara. They are calling a girl who is desperate. She has no job. She cannot go to university because of money. And they were trying to trick her to give them money, and then she travels to Mbarara. Now when she gets here, now the story becomes different. You've paid money, you're here, you have nothing. Yeah. You have no money, you're here already. Now other crimes come in now. Now that is misuse. So purposefully, as individuals who are here, I may not know all of you, I know some of you, particularly the ones I've seen on social media. I saw someone I know personally on the other end, but she has gone out. I know her. But our lives are in your hands. If you all noticed or monitored the elections of USA, Trump became president because of what? Of social media, because everyone was banging everything on social media for him. So if you want to break a nation, right now we used to have principles, backbones. Right now the social media is the backbone of almost everything. You want your kid to get spoiled? Don't regulate the social media. You want a product to go through? You're on the market. You're sorted. So, you want a reputation of a person spoiled. Today, right now, we are here. Tomorrow, you're going to see me somewhere on a platform and they're saying, Ogomsheja Nomshuma, he's not professional, he doesn't do this, he does this, he asks for money. Okay, let's say I did it. There is a proper process of following to have me accountable. Okay, sometimes people are grieved, especially when it comes to probably people who cannot be reached or people who think above the law. Sometimes people use the social media. But at the end of the day, what is the implication? The reason why I'm here to talk to you is the implication of the work that you do. Like she said, you have a contract. You know you're working with Pepsi or Coca-Cola. And those big companies have those provisions. If you're working with Coca-Cola, you cannot work with what? With Pepsi. Once you call them, even once you contact them, they will even contact Coca-Cola. And they say, how come Samson wants to do work with us, yet he does work with you? So we need to be careful with the things we do. And the fact that we are in this period of election, we are going into party elections, then from there we are going to the general elections. I know many of you are going to be involved in promoting some of the candidates. But let's be careful with the language that we use. Language is very important. Very. You will use the wrong language and it will cause havoc, actually countrywide. I know, I come from Chilhura, and bad language almost caused a problem there in a by-election. Actually, it was actually even a party election. But yeah, it was resolved. But what I ask you, as people who have attended this engagement and exchanged ideas, is to leave this place different. I know we are survivors as people. Not everyone gets, I get a monthly salary. Some of you may not be getting a monthly salary. And your survival is on how or what you put through. But be mindful. Be mindful of what you put out, because in the long run, it will affect you. We have high levels. I don't know if some of you read, I don't know if you're only on social media, but if you read papers, it shows you that a very big number of people in Uganda, a good percentage, are psychos. You will see me here, you don't know. I might be a psycho. Right now I might start undressing. Yeah, God forbid. Yeah, but I'm just giving you an example. So even you, if you've had a bad relationship, you've had bad business, you should not take it out on someone, and then legally it catches up with you. I've seen legal suits against someone who is a friend to that person who sued them, but they are friends, but the guy has sued them. So we need to be mindful. Let's be mindful. Let's change our mindset towards what we want to do and what we want to be. Drive a narrative that is positive, especially towards community. If you're in spaces of business, let's do business. If you're in spaces of probably exposing, expose if you want to. And we learn. Us as police, we have been able to apprehend people according to complaints from people and posting. And they post on X. Either X or WhatsApp, or they call. So let's be mindful of what we do. You will be there thinking that I know, okay, me, I'm a small person. You probably see, you know Jonathan. Probably, Jotham is a big man. Now, by the time you run to Jotham, and then Jotham also tells you, I'm also a small man. You first go and face the law. We'll sort it from there. Before you know it, my friend, it will be a long ride. And what will be wasted will be a lot. But let's be mindful, because social media has become a platform for trafficking of persons, theft, pornography, and of course, I'm done. Okay then, with that said, I'm just saying, let's be online. We be online, we are all Ugandans, and we all love each other, regardless of where we come from. Let's use the right language while we are communicating in everything that we do. And be purposeful, because if you're marketing a jelly for smearing on yourself, why would you say it does something else? So, it is very simple. And the good thing is, these things are there, we know, we are all on social media, regardless of what you do or what you say. Whether you're a pastor, you're a father, you're a police officer, we see these things on social media. But it is very important that we understand that the community we are serving is ours. Your child is going to watch that content after even 20 years. So we should be mindful of what we do. With that, I would like to thank the management and Jotham and the team who invited me here. I want to thank you so much for letting me. I've seen faces that I've been seeing on X here because of you, courtesy of you, with no payment, by the way. So thank you very much, and I want to thank God for keeping us alive. We are headed into elections. Please, let's be one. Go register. But even when you register, don't be violent. Know your role as a voter. The only issue with voting is knowing that I am registered here and I am going to cast my vote here. There is nothing more. No one is going to force you to do anything. And if they do, that is a crime. So, I want to thank you guys, and I want to ask you, please, be ambassadors of justice, regardless whether you're in your private business or anything else, because everyone has a right to survive. Everyone has a right to do what they can do, apart from that is against the law. But we all have a right to survive. It's only God who determines whether we live or die. So, with that, I want to thank you all, and probably close the training today, and probably pray that you keep in touch and also do work professionally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Afande, for officiating this. Now, we are tired and we are leaving now. Just a few announcements to wrap it up properly, because there are things we haven't done, today, and we won't do them today. We're going to find another way to do them. The first one is our partners, especially Sibo and Videa. We're going to download the app, and we shall speak about it on a different forum, not here. Two, we didn't hear quite well from Cassandra and Dr. Kezabu. We shall organize